representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
El mercado de valores en la República de Panamá representa uno de los pilares estratégicos más importantes del sistema financiero, eje y motor del crecimiento y desarrollo nacional. La Superintendencia del Mercado de Valores de Panamá tiene como objetivo proteger al inversionista e impulsar las ventajas competitivas del Istmo como centro financiero, como un país comercialmente atractivo para las inversiones y garantizar un crecimiento sostenible del sector en los próximos años.
La Unidad de Análisis Financiero es el Centro Nacional para la Recopilación y Análisis de Información Financiera relacionada con los delitos del blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva, así como para la comunicación de los resultados de ese análisis a las autoridades de investigación y represión del país. Cuenta con recursos financieros, humanos y técnicos que garantizan su independencia operacional en el desempeño de sus funciones de análisis y manejo de información de inteligencia. En lo que va del año 2024, la Unidad de Análisis Financiero ha capacitado a 2.972 sujetos obligados y no obligados de los diversos sectores, donde 1.541 pertenecen al sector financiero y 1.120 al sector no financiero.
La Superintendencia de Sujetos No Financieros se crea mediante la Ley 124 del 7 de enero de 2020 y su objetivo es regular y supervisar a los sujetos no financieros conforme a lo dispuesto en la Ley 23 de 2015 y demás normativas vigentes en materia de prevención de blanqueo de capitales, financiamiento del terrorismo y financiamiento de la proliferación de armas de destrucción masiva. De igual manera, nuestra entidad sigue los estándares internacionales en esta materia, siendo una autoridad supervisora que funge como facilitadora de recursos para una mejor comprensión del riesgo y la adopción de mitigantes cónsonos con estos riesgos, siendo así una institución que promueve la transparencia y una cultura de cumplimiento y gestión de riesgo.
Everyone. It's such an honor to be here with all of you and to share with my colleague. I am David Merino, and I am so pleased that for those of you who went out tonight, you were not able to sleep properly, but you're here. And let's start this conversation today and talk about a current topic. But there's a myth. We all believe that we know about this until we have a cybersecurity breach. And what we knew, we didn't know. And what we knew is almost nothing because cyber criminals, they become more sophisticated. And it's very difficult in this reality to anticipate what's going to happen. What is cybersecurity? And I would like to proceed with a disclaimer. I will talk on topics of cyber security, cyber defense, risk assessment, all that part. My colleague will talk more in digital economy. And our next colleague, we have her here, will talk about cryptocurrency. In that way, we can structure the topics so you are not repeating that we already mentioned that. What is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is a set of procedures and tools that are implemented to protect information. Now, there are three concepts that we need to know. It's not the same cybersecurity that cyber attack and cyber resilience. The three of them, they need to work together. And I could be cyberly attacked, but from who of you have received a cyber attack on WhatsApp, on your social media, or an email saying that you won a prize? That's a cyber attack. You probably might think that you haven't received a cyber attack. That's a cyber attack because it's phishing. So it's important for us to see that cyber attacks are more and more frequent. Therefore, we need to be cyber resilient. We need to survive and to become very resistant to that type of attack. That is all happening in the digital world, in the digital space, in cyberspace. Now, it is not the same security of information than IT security. That's different. And here is where many people tend to get confused because they say, okay, I have my information and it's secure, but you don't have IT security. So, in order to have cybersecurity, you need to secure your information and your IT, and it has to do with three levels and or I will say three different ways. Physical security, who are the ones that can access physically to your servers. Legal security, and there we involve the program of compliance among other documents, and digital security. And that is important to mention. So we have three levels. My basic level is my information to be secure. In Mexico, we have a law for data protection, and our federal law of personal data for individuals. There's another one for the government, another for the private sector, and probably in your countries you might have similar laws. And then I have my IT security. Do you know what is the main risk factor on IT security and cybersecurity? Human beings. Human beings, they tend to click what they should not click or open an email that they should not open an email. And I see that you have your computers and your cell phone. If you make a mistake and all of a sudden you hear people complaining that it happened, actually there's a video on Google at the OAS in a session. It was not even an ambassador, a president of a country who was bored and he was checking a video, and all of a sudden you can hear him yelling and he dropped his cell phone. But in the worst scenario, you will download a malware. We need to know the existence of ISO 20001. Is an international standard on how to protect information, and it's related on what do we define as information. I know that here in the audience we have people from different countries, but let me just do a very brief test. Okay, this is something that I practiced last night. If I forgot of a country, please do not create any diplomatic conflict on that. Okay, okay, Canada. Is there someone from Canada? No? Mexico? Two? Okay, I'm not alone. Guatemala, Belize, Honduras. Honduras. Oh, congratulations. I'll see you next month. I was invited to do a lecture. El Salvador, the land of cryptocurrency. That's awesome. Costa Rica. Welcome, Panama. Okay, nobody's raising their hand. Colombia. Venezuela. No one. Uruguay. Argentina. Chile. Peru. Oh, we have Peruvians. Brazil. Guyana. Bolivia. Uruguay. Ecuador. No? Dominican Republic. Any other country that I forgot to mention? Trinidad and Tobago, Bermuda. Okay. Have you heard an expression that in Mexico we tend to say that the clown already took you over? It's an expression that is coming from a rodeo. When you see that they fall, when they are riding a bull and they fall, the clown is usually lifting them. So that's the worst thing that can happen to
salir por su propio pie. De ahí viene la famosa
to a rider. Okay, so that's why we have that expression and that saying in Mexico. So this is exactly what's happening to your compliance programs. And then we have to submit a risk assessment. And what is important to have a compliance program, and if you don't have the proper methodology and your preventive measures, the risk that your operations had will not be properly processed, and then the risk will be determined improperly. So you have to define if your program is effective or not. And that is something that you have to take into account. You have to include this standard within your compliance program. I am a compliance officer of the Trade Chamber of Mexico. We have a program that is applicable to 27 municipalities. And here, my colleague from Mexico said that I am the most important compliance officer in the country. And it's not true. It's just that I have the largest program. Can you imagine that there's so many SMEs that they don't have a compliance program? So they accept our program. So can you imagine the amount of cyber attacks that we have to face? You need, or I have to include myself, we have to learn about the digital risk, and we need to understand about the information. In your risk assessment, you have to contemplate what type of information do you have, where do you store this information, if it's on paper or electronically, by mail, or recorded in a conversation. So I have to check on security because I have to check if there is an non-authorized entry or if I have to survive to a security gap or breach. Also to adhere to licenses of softwares and their agreements. And I have to check that information has to be confidential, comprehensive, and be available. Here are several IT threats, and there are many. Have you ever heard about the word CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, or the CTO, Chief Technology Officer? Currently, it's very difficult to have those positions because they need to be specialists in 20 different attacks. But the cyber criminals, they just have to be a specialist in one. They try over and over until they are able to access a system. Is there anyone here from Spain? There's a Spaniard company, and this is public information. It's called Orange. Orange is a telecom company, was cyber attacked just a few months ago in a very rare manner. It seems to be that the whole communication system was failed and they were not able to connect to their satellite. Who do you think that they attacked? The CISO. And his password was hacked. There was no ransomware. The only thing that they said is like the million phones that you have, they are not working because I changed your password that you connect to the satellite. MGM in Las Vegas, September 2023. Millions of dollars were paid just to obtain a password because they had a ransomware. And cyber criminals, they know that it's of a low risk to try with. They use programs to send cyber attacks, and they can get or send more than 1,000 per day. These slides will be for your access, and usually we don't understand the dynamic where I can have a virus, spam, malware, or any other type of attack, and I need to understand how the cyber attack can reach my servers. Did you know that Mexico has a second place on Latin American cyber attacks? Do you know what's the first place? Brazil. Brazil is the country most attacked of the continent in Latin America, and then the United States. However, in compliance, have don't you think that they see it as that compliance is an area of cost? We can be an area of investment. We can create revenue. And I'm leaving a flow that you can use in the operation of the company. What is the cost of a security breach?
Que se trabaja. Tenemos lo que es sanidad, finanzas.
We have health, finance, technology, retail, industry, and technology.
Por eso tenemos que saber cómo trabaja nuestra área de sistema.
Okay, threats. If I'm going to have a risk-based focus, then I need to know what the threats are. And I need to know issues related to artificial intelligence. I think somebody already said this, and it's true. The bad guys use AI, and they use it quite well sometimes. For example, you can say, there's no problem. Our company already has biometric identification. Well, guess what? Now, AI has been deceived using AI-based avatars and voice imitation. There was a famous fraud where they call you and they ask you to say yes, or they try to get you to say certain words throughout the conversation, and then they link those words together to access your bank account. So we're using AI, but the criminals are as well. And this takes me to digital crimes. Digital crimes are divided into two categories, two general categories. Basically, you have crimes that can only be committed using digital media, and then you have traditional crimes that can be carried out other ways. So, identity theft. We think about identity theft, everyone thinks about it as being digital. But if you go to the doctor and you leave your ID there and someone copies your ID, that's identity theft as well. Your information is being stolen. The way they use it is different, but it can be done in traditional ways or in digital ways. There are, however, crimes that are purely digital crimes. Like what? Unauthorized access to systems. That's only digital. There's 3 documents that I want to recommend that you get familiar with that have to do with the Budapest Convention. And I want to mention Mexico is not part of the convention, but we do have an agreement to start this kind of work. You can sit there. That's fine. It's mine. I just left that there. Don't worry about it. You can sit there. No, you can take it with you back to Mexico. Okay, there's 2 documents that I want you to know. The FATF Identity Guide, which has alerts and risk indicators. These 2 documents that you can see on the screen are very important, especially if you're going to do digital onboarding. It's fundamental. It's one of the most important parts of onboarding. During my onboarding, I need to identify the beneficiary. And if I do the onboarding incorrectly, then I'm not going to be able to process the personal data correctly. I'm not going to be able to do things properly. Here's a couple of public documents that are also very valuable. This is the FBI Internet Crime Report from 2021 and the Compendium of Organized Cybercrime from UNODC. I'm going to put it up here because you can take a picture, and then if you have Google Lens, if you have Android, I think the other guys have one too. I'm not anti-Mac. I've just never had an iPhone. You know how well compliance officers earn. you know how much money compliance officers earn compared with someone like me. So, okay, what are the common vulnerabilities? What do I have to do as a compliance officer if I want to do digital risk study? What needs to be in my risk evaluation? I need to look for vulnerabilities like untrained staff, improper assignment of responsibilities, a lack of policies and procedures, a lack of controls. These might be physical or digital controls, a lack of reporting, improper monitoring, and we need to look out for internal attacks and for hackers. Competition can be out there trying to steal industrial secrets. And we're protecting ourselves from fraud, extortion, information theft, service theft, terrorist acts, as well as natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, hurricanes, and pandemics. So we have technology, but technologies can fail. We can have failures in procedures, softwares, etc. What is the kind of protection, I only have one more minute here, the kind of protection that we have in the digital world? We can use safe passwords and two-factor authentication. Who here uses a computer? Everybody, right? Who here uses a cell phone? I think everyone. So here's an interesting question. Who here has an antivirus on their computer? I would like to think that all of you, if you have a computer, you have an antivirus. Who has antivirus on their phone? Not a lot of you. Where do you manage more information? On your computer or on your phone? A lot of times it's on your phone. So why is your phone not protected? Who uses a VPN? Not so many. But you've gotten connected to the hotel public network, right? Right now you could be hacked. It's real. I'm not going to do it, but I could. I brought a device to do it up in my room. Just kidding. But I've heard, you can do that. So why are we all connected to a public network sharing information about work? Somebody probably got into their bank account and no VPN. Anybody can grab that information. You can see how simple it would be to hack us right now. The weakest chain in the link is the user. The user is the weakest chain in the link. And we need to work on issues like passwords. Recently, Mercado Libre shared that they had been hacked, but that no banking data had been taken. Only the name, the email, and the password. And I said, oh, well, what a relief. I don't do it, but there's a lot of people who have the same name and email that they use for their bank account, right? The same password for all of their accounts. So it's very important that we are careful about how we protect ourselves, and we use two-factor verification, that we use VPNs, that we update our software and our operating systems. We protect ourselves from social engineering as well, which is very important. And last of all, we need to have something like this. This is an old model, but I'm sharing it with you because it's something that we're all more familiar with, and the newer way of doing it is maybe unfamiliar to some of us. This is a digital risk matrix. We need to have the risk. The risk is here. I finally figured out the laser, so I don't have to use my walking stick. I chose this mic. Can you imagine me here with my walking stick, with my microphone? If I drop it, how am I gonna catch it? So this was better to have the microphone here. Anyways, these are some different risks, including viruses, hacking. There's a risk here which says no VPN use. Yesterday, my equipment is completely blank. I leave everything blank. But I left my computer here. And what could happen if someone physically steals my computer? Anything that's on it could be there, could be stolen. So we look at the different risks. These are all IT risks, and then we rate them. This is a mathematical formula that I developed. It is mine, so that mathematically I can determine my risk using these risk values. So what I wanted to share with you is that we need to work together. We need to update our risk databases and our digital risk understanding. If anyone needs help with that, we would be happy to help you update your IT compliance. We have a guide specifically for that. And I wanted to let you know as well that you can follow me on social media. You can follow me on LinkedIn, on YouTube. I share some videos about these topics. We also have a chat for the Iber-American group on cybersecurity and technical issues. And then we have several different compliance chats as well. So there's a chat for those compliance officers, a chat for prosecutors, and a chat for anti-money laundering specialists. I hope that you have enjoyed this presentation, and thank you very much for your time. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. A warm hi to Jose Calada. Thank you for having us here. This event has been very important for us. We really wanted to share some key ideas with you today. I really like the format because the introduction that we get from David leaves you nice and warmed up for a topic that is a little bit heavier. This is the legal side. And I will try to be as interesting as what David shared. So, money laundering, we clearly have similar legislation where we use the term lavado de activos in Spanish. You use here in Panama blanqueo de capitales, which both mean money laundering. But the laws essentially are very similar. I talked to Dr. Claudette, who said there are some crimes that are not included in the platform that could potentially be money laundering, but we have good structures so that we can link to other crimes. For example, there are sometimes very large criminal structures that are in charge of carrying out significant fraud, and all of those illegal products, they're trying to get them brought into the legal system. And so all of those funds are then eventually brought into the legal system to try and hide those funds, the funds that have been laundered essentially. And so there is a big concern here. The doctor here, you're from Brazil, right? You are just getting started with some new legislation here in Latin America because both Panama and Colombia have been putting forth a lot of effort to achieve legislation that will allow us to properly regulate service providers for digital assets. But we have not achieved that yet. We are a bit slow at this. Technological dynamics have us in an unregulated environment. And that is not the best situation for our countries. So we're going to talk a little bit about characteristics of crypto assets. They are decentralized. They operate on decentralized networks. There's a high level of security in terms of the way that they're managed digitally. They're anonymous in a certain way. Crypto assets can allow people to launder in certain ways. Now, we might have some concerns because in Colombia, for example, we saw $40 billion in transactions in a few years, and we can look at it and say that a significant amount of this was untraced because we haven't been able to trace it in the past. But Chainalysis has shown us some indexes on activities that are related to money laundering. In 2022, we're looking at $1.5 billion in money laundering. In 2023, another large number. And so we are concerned that we don't have appropriate regulation for these activities. There are new kinds of money laundering that are happening, like crypto mining. This is where the criminals are trying to launder funds by generating more funds. So they create these big mining farms. They have concerning interchanges, mixing different kinds of techniques like mixers. And that's what generates these kinds of activities that we're concerned about. These criminal modalities are migrating to more sophisticated tactics, where crypto assets and crypto criminals now are bridging their operations in order to avoid traceability. Which, of course, we are trying to track them and follow their information, but they use mixers and they are able to effectively hide their operations, their laundering operations. In terms of terrorism, Chainalysis also tells us that in June of 2023, Israel announced one of the largest seizures of crypto assets in history. They had identified that Hezbollah had $1.7 million that they had gained through these kinds of illegal activities, and they were financing their terrorist activities with those funds. So these alerts really take us to some important reflections on technology and the way that we as countries are dealing with this fight. We really can't fight this properly if we don't use technology. Methods like artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques and the software that's been developed to track and trace and de-anonymize these transactions are key. But it's also important to collaborate with exchanges and have protocols and agreements with them and have a KYC. These kinds of things will avoid or close these gaps that we have at this time in terms of controlling these kinds of technologies. If we have a legal perspective that combines all of these and includes and understands all of these techniques, then we can get close to regulating this currently completely unregulated universe. And of course, people working in that universe would like it to stay that way. So what really motivates us here is the rules that are coming from the FATF and that have been seen coming up in the international community. So we need to look at the rules and recommendations that we have available and look at the legislation so that we can be a bit more clear about how we need to deal with this, because otherwise we're going to be in a cyber west where everyone does what they want, and in the end it will affect us as countries. So let's look at recommendation 15 from the FATF. They said, we're using IT to do our work. That's important. So we have many technological platforms that can help us to comply in all these different areas. For example, our firm has a legal innovation area which has generated 2 tools that you can see on the screen, Punitech and Ariel. This basically helps us meet some of the recommendations, applying a risk-based model to establish what the security gaps are that we have, or to understand those security gaps. We have, mapping of assets, and based on that mapping of assets, I establish some risks, and then I create controls for those risks, and I integrate that with other ISO regulations. And this way we can find that these FATF recommendations can give us a guideline to create a good controlled environment. Due diligence, for example. There are a lot of other tools in the market, but I'm sharing our experience. Punitech has allowed us to manage information traceability, and it manages registries meeting the recommendations from the FATF, which requires high standards in cybersecurity. But cybersecurity is just one part. It also covers all of the different areas where compliance officers need to have knowledge and understanding. So that takes me to Ariel, which is an AI tool which works very similarly to ChatGPT. It's like a consultant or an assistant. And it just helps us to facilitate the work that a compliance officer does. A compliance officer needs to have a lot of knowledge and information, especially because there are so many different rules and regulations out there that you need to have access to immediately to be able to make decisions with documentation. So that situation is what really inspired the idea of Ariel as an AI. It allows us to deliver information effectively with documentation and under the criteria that are required internationally as standards. Those are the trustworthiness of information. To use AI, there's an important need here. We need to establish what our final objective is for the tool. And there must be a high trustworthiness standard, because otherwise the way that you design the AI can have very negative consequences. It can do the opposite of what you want it to do. So in the EU, there's a very interesting conversation happening right now about trying to develop clear rules with a risk-based focus so that we can understand what the right tools are, how to implement them, and how to use them so that the trustworthiness requirement is met. So with these kinds of tools, I mean, obviously there are other tools as well that can help you to develop these activities. But with these kinds of tools, we see that you can meet recommendation 26 as well, which is about updating or having regular updates and staying updated on guidelines. And you can have clear documentation and trustworthy documentation. And obviously sanctions, keeping sanctions updated, that's also very important. So that we can establish this not just in a general sense, but also with our internal policies in the different offices internally, we'll be able to make faster decisions that are properly documented and trustworthy if we use these kinds of tools. In Colombia at this time, there is a very hot discussion happening. And recently, a court took a decision or made a decision based on a consultation or a question asked to ChatGPT, and they used it as a trustworthy source of information to ask if the level of alcohol that a person had consumed could impede their ability to drive a vehicle. And immediately, all criminal lawyers came out with opinions. One of them is very famous in Colombia, and he screamed out, "This is impossible. This is not evidence." But in the end, the conversation of if this was necessary or valid to use artificial intelligence here, it didn't really get anywhere. We can't think of AI as we still haven't really decided whether or not we can use AI as support in our decision making. And I think that we, of course, need to walk hand in hand with these tools in order to get the right kind of performance and be efficient in our work. So there's an ethical dilemma here as well. If I know that AI is helping me make decisions, should I follow AI's guidance? How ethical is it for me to leave decision-making power in the hands of an AI? Especially in the case of a compliance officer, for example. From our perspective, we believe that artificial intelligence is a tool that we must learn how to use. And we believe very sincerely that this type of tool will not replace all professions. Perhaps some mechanical processes. Perhaps it will make research faster and more solid and more timely, but the person who makes the decision in the end should be the human being, someone who has human reasoning and is able to understand all of these aspects and the consequences. In 20 years, I don't know, Dr. David, maybe it won't be me here, it will be someone else presenting this conference, and we'll see what happens when when we get to that point. I want to leave you now with a reflection. What happened here in Panama is something to really be proud of. I'm not one to speak to this, but really I feel like I want to congratulate you for having been able to be excluded from those lists. Getting off of the FATF list is really important, and being able to have this really solid compliance structure is so important, and being able to say we as a country are, fighting to fix this issue. But I really wanted to understand what is going on with AI in terms of money laundering and crypto. And so I wanted to ask what we're missing. And I asked Ariel a question and I asked ChatGPT a question just in order to wrap up this conference. And Ariel said, at the crossing point of legality and innovation, where crypto assets and technology, information technology, offer so many opportunities and challenges, our response should be renewed commitment and unprecedented collaboration. That this conference may remind us that together we can build a unified front against threats that seek to destroy justice and security in the global economy. I asked the same question to ChatGPT, which said, crypto assets can transcend their illegal potential to become powerful tools for social justice and transparency, pushing forth a future where financial innovation is a motor for equity and opportunity for everyone. Thank you.
In order to add from what my colleague said, there is a presentation, complete presentation, that we have with the laws approved until now and also AI laws. And if you want at the break, you can contact me and I will be happy to share it with you. David, Jacobo, thank you very much for starting this session, and we're ready for our next topic. Virtual assets, crypto assets, and its legal overview. Luana Romero, Brazil, Director of Institutional Relationships. Good morning, everyone. For me, it's such a pleasure to be here and represent my country, Brazil, that since yesterday we have been able to hear from our colleagues on the crypto assets, scams, and all that. Today, I will try to talk about this special ecosystem that is helping so many people to obtain more funds. And I will start by talking about the integrity in crypto asset aspects. As in Brazil, we say there's a future that started and it's here to all of us. And we are having these changes in the economy, the global economy that now has all this disruption. But for that, it's very important to bear in mind the governance to this special ecosystem. For me, it's important to understand these three fundamental pillars: governance, transparency, and security. As our special colleagues already mentioned yesterday for us. The timeline. I believe that it's very important to understand a little bit on when was all this created. In 1991 was the first time that the word blockchain from Stuart Havard and Scott Stornetta was defined. I am a CPA and I really understand it because in Brazil it's called livro razón. In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto. We don't know if it's a male, female, or a group of people. And there are a lot of people talking about crypto, but Satoshi was the person who created the first Bitcoin. Satoshi evolved more than once because in 2008, evolved technology blockchain because up until then was only to create a transaction of this cryptocurrency, and it evolved in many ways as we can check nowadays and help us with health, government, education, and technology as an all. It is very important more than Satoshi evolved. In 2009, was able to create a technical document that for us who are compliance officers can understand as if it was an ISO standard for this topic of blockchain that was very important. In 2010, on January 15, 2010, was performed the first transaction of cryptocurrency. And we can see these four words of this ecosystem: blockchain, exchange, cryptocurrency, crypto assets. That's all wonderful. Exchange, the general ledger, where all transactions are registered in a transparent manner. We have crypto assets, and cryptocurrency are the same. And in a little bit, I will explain them. Blockchain. I'm delighted with blockchain because it can bring a wonderful concept of transparency. All transactions are transparent with the accounting transactions and the security that our specialists were just talking. I was so delighted with their presentations. We also talk about privacy. It's important to consider that blockchain can be open, closed, or mixed. There are three types, and there are many standards and details for that. We have the speed 24/7 and less transfer cost. And now, crypto assets and cryptocurrency, are they the same? Well, crypto assets are digital assets through that are managed through blockchain technology, but it's important to mention that you cannot use crypto assets to pay public or private debt. I'm talking about crypto assets, tokens. You cannot use them to pay any other financial obligation as the payment of taxes or any additional fee. So every cryptocurrency is a crypto asset, but not the opposite. I'm from Brazil. I apologize for my Spanish, but I think it's okay. Okay. How come I'm talking about this wonderful ecosystem that yesterday we were hearing from so many things, and I was a little bit sad due to the crimes, and I'm sharing with you all of this because we have different type of lessons. But today I'm here as a princess. I'm gonna talk to you about the reasons to understand and use Bitcoin, so you don't feel fearful to buy this special coin. We're going to start with the political evolution. The political revolution, we have all this central focus in the countries. Could it be that I will review the regulations? But this coin is growing. Financial revolution and speculation. In Argentina, my neighbors, with their new president, Milei, there's a major pressure with crypto assets. There are moments where they do more transactions than Brazilians, and the transaction of cryptocurrency is below the dollar to improve their economy. And I know that they can improve and that it will be good for my neighbor to have a great economy, and the cryptocurrency can help them in this context. Talking about this social revolution, of course, we're talking about the digital Bitcoin or the digital currency that is changing the culture of people, is changing the way in how to obtain money and to negotiate. And finally, we have the technological revolution that our specialists already perfectly explained. I cannot say anything else about that, but just give them a round of applause. The regulation of crypto assets. Here, which are the arguments on behalf of the regulation of crypto assets? Protection to consumers. That's why it's important to keep the prevention of illegal activities, financial crimes, money laundering, false currency, false exchanges, and those are the classic crimes. And it's important for us to have a clear regulation. For me, when it's the simpler it is, the perfect it is, because you cannot write a document in which you are not agreeing with the structure of my country and the region. So it's important for us to understand, to implement the best practices and legislations. There are a lot of people that are not applying the regulations, and I'm here ready to visit them and to talk to all of you and help you. We also have the taxes. Yes, we need to have clear rules, transparency. This is regular, this is not. Transparency, it's very important in relationships, at work, and the document. That's all is very important to be people who are transparent. Right now, you will hear that innovation. Luana, you're talking about regulations. This will destroy innovation and decentralization of blockchain. It is the essence of blockchain. But I'm here to help so you can have success. There are good things in regulations. The complexity, yes, it's true. Everything is new, the regulations, that all will bring a bit of complexity. We need to leave our comfort zone. It's important to hear what we can do from simple objectives and the transnational jurisdiction. It is a very important point that I defend, that is important to have that type of relationship and an exchange that we can have in Mexico, Brazil, and the changes that we are going to submit. But it's important to have that respect for the other nation. And in that way, we can have that success in our relationship because transparency is key. Let's talk about the importance of the regulation of crypto assets in Latin America, Central America, where we are currently are. That's wonderful. We are the seventh cryptographic crypto asset market, and I'm so pleased to be here with you that you are so strong in crypto assets in Latin America. So let's talk about those transactions, the consumer behavior. It is important to consider that each country has a different behavior. Mexico, that is close to the United States, they use a lot of remittance. In Brazil, they use some sort of type of investment. Okay, they go and buy a crypto asset. We in Brazil are like that. It's true. People in Venezuela, my neighbors at the north and south, we know the political issues and especially economic issues that are of our concern. They use a lot of crypto assets do, in order to protect their funds. It's important to bear this in mind. Yesterday we heard from Venezuela, and we're going to talk a little bit more about Venezuela, that since 2014, Venezuela has its own currency, but due to a drop, they haven't used it. But, well, there are many scams. Yesterday, we heard about that. Now, because they're low cost, low risk, the, ri- the risk appetite is low for them. So, talking about Latin America and the Caribbean are outstanding in this. Salvador was the first country to implement Bitcoin as their official currency. That was wonderful. My dear Panama. In Panama, just exit the FATF list. It's an honor for us. The bill was approved after many studies and many discussions, but I'm sure that we are going to have a wonderful success in the near future. I was talking to some people in Panama, and we probably are going to soon have received great news. Argentina, my neighbors, what I love from Argentina is that they are very concerned now with the exchanges. Yes, you need to know your customer, and we need to apply it to all. They are working hard on exchanges in order to identify risk, crimes, and all that. Costa Rica, fantastic Costa Rica. Costa Rica, you're doing your research, your studies in order to create your regulations. But there is an important point in Costa Rica that I really enjoy as compared to El Salvador. They are not going to obligate no one to accept Bitcoin as the official coin, but there are possibilities, and that is very positive. Cryptocurrencies in Costa Rica, they are still not regulated, but are legal and known as a legal payment. I apologize. Ecuador. There is an important point to mention in Ecuador. In Ecuador, they were not accepting the regulations and all that, but now in 2023 was released a regulation, and that was a very positive point. In Salvador, more than once, there is important point of El Salvador to mention. They have Bitcoin since 2021. Now they approved in the National Congress the law for the promotion of innovation and elaboration of technology. And they are planning not to collect taxes for 15 years. And that will be wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mexico. My dear Mexico. Yesterday I heard some important words on regards to Mexico. Cryptocurrency are digital assets, and that's why are included in their fintech law in Mexico. That's point number one. Point number two, it's still not approved by the central bank. So it's still under development, but it's important point to mention. Many people tend to say, "Oh, but we have the fintech law in Mexico and the cryptocurrencies were already approved." No, not yet. Just as digital assets, but not for the transaction of cryptocurrencies on how other countries are doing. Mexico is conducting very important research and studies, and it's important that we have that vision of technology. The Dominican Republic, since 2015, 2017, the central bank said that they were not going to approve cryptocurrency, but after a lot of effort, the central bank told us that they are conducting studies and collaborating with international organizations as the IMF in order to work with this topic. So that's a positive point. Then, after a lot of struggles, now they can have this positive view or vision. Venezuela, my neighbor from the north. In Venezuela, we have a very important point. In 2022, they approved a, a law in order to tax any coin that is not supported by the government from a 2 to a 20%. They did it in a very simple manner, but it's important that we can see that after so many scam discussions that we had yesterday, I felt absolutely passionate about yesterday topics, but it's important for us to be able to understand all this. In Brazil, I tend to say that there are laws for the mom, the grandma, the aunt, for everyone. Yes, we're different. And there is a document of the regulation document that analyze the personal taxes. If you have certain assets after a specific amount, there has to be an income tax, additional income tax that should be paid, and that's very important. But let's talk about this law that every time that I read, I get excited. It's a wonderful law. And why? Because law 14,478 2022 works a lot with corporate governance. From, do you know that book, the Libro de los Sueños, the Book of Dreams? Do you know? Have you read about that? The 40 recommendations of the FATF. Do you know that? Do you know about that dream book? So there is an approach based in compliance. It's so important. Also, information security. Yes, that's also included. That's wonderful. Data protection, personal data protection, protection and defense of consumer and users. And imagine, I, with my size, I can get really upset. But in our law, we have the penal code that states that if there are any frauds in financial assets, the sanction will be from 4 to 8 years. And it's important to bear that in mind, but still, it's not perfect. No. Virgo. in the horoscope, and there are many things that we have to improve, and we are developing more and more things with the central bank, different organizations. We have a lot of organizations out there, and they are complying with all the requirements. How will QSC will work, exchanges, so we can proceed with transactions in a perfect manner. But here, this law is for the transaction of cryptocurrencies. And I said that there are some legislations for the mom, the grandma, the aunt, and it seems to be that there is a guideline 4022, the CVM of Brazil. And let me share with you how that happened, that regulation of cryptos. We know that cryptocurrencies have been existing for 14 years, and they all of a sudden were founded by this wonderful system. The first change started in 2008 by Satoshi in Brazil. For instance, the federal state said, no, we're not going to participate with that. No, I'm not interested in that. Okay, okay, that was without any regulation, with financial crimes, with all the things that we know applicable to all countries. We had a major scam of a person, a very well known criminal that for Brazilians is highly criminal, and his nickname is Pharaoh, the Pharaoh of Bitcoin. And he was able to commit a fraud of millions of dollars. And he was a wonderful person that had access to all powerful people, but he stole from all of them, and that was published in all media. And I said, And then the CVM, the Commission of Brazil, they were also reading the news and found out, what? Are you committing financial crimes with those tokens? So that was in 2022. At that time, the CVM told me, okay, now we are going to create the law for the cryptocurrencies, and it seems to be that guideline 4022, especially on the transaction of token of digital assets. This is very important. They still need to develop and improve this guideline, but I was so pleased to see that Brazil is going through the right direction. And I tend to say, and this is a phrase in Brazil, very well known phrase. I'm so pleased to be here. So, Brazil to Brazil in Panama. Yes, we can see Queen Marta. I was with her in 2022 talking a little bit of the integrity for crypto assets and all that. So there was a rush of FTX, and yesterday we had a great explanation. But what happened? They used the funds from the customers, and they used the funds of the company, and the person now was condemned for 25 years. Now, in February, in Brazil, was approved a project that estimate I was so excited because we are in the right path. And I would like to talk about this, about my profession. The first time that I have a knowledge of cryptocurrency was in 2020 to 2021, and I was working in an exchange called Bitcoin market, and I did all the compliance for them so they could establish their crypto assets. I learned a lot, but as any traditional person, I had no clue about crypto assets, cryptocurrency. I had no clue what was it. But as I tend to do, I did a QIC, QIE, and all that. And I researched on all my boss and all the people that I was going to work with. So when I went to the interview, I knew all. And he asked me, what is the major mistake in your life? And I wondered, but I study everything. And then he told me, you are approved. So then we started working together because for me, all that was new. I had to be sure that I was working in a positive environment because there was a very bad reputation of that ecosystem, that there is no compliance, no governance, or anything. So I was wondering how I was supposed to get involved with that. I had to work, of course, yes. But if it's not something positive for me, of course, it doesn't work for me. So I started studying more and more about these topics. And I felt so excited to learn about this because being a young woman talking that there is an integrity for this context of crypto assets. And people thought I was crazy, but I had the strength to move forward. Now, for me, it's such a pleasure to travel around the world in many countries and in Brazil, sharing this information that there is integrity for this concept of crypto assets. Thank you so much. And I would like just to share this phrase acting with integrity is much more than work, it's the purpose of life. And my purpose of life is to be here and to present you information about this special ecosystem. Thank you.
Gracias.
Actuar con integridad es
Acting with integrity is our purpose. We have another guest from Brazil. Criminal compliance, the prevention of crime and mitigation of responsibility in administrative and criminal environments. Fabrizio Bonvecchio, president of the Ibero-American Institute for Compliance. Good morning, everyone. How are you? It's difficult to speak after Luana. I can't do any jokes as good as her. And my Spanish is not as good as hers. Good morning, everyone. We're going to talk a little bit about criminal compliance. It's a little bit heavier than crypto assets, perhaps, but it is important to talk about. This is my contact information if you want to get in touch with me. Well, We work quite a lot in criminal compliance with the companies that we work with and with public contracts. You're familiar with compliance. Compliance comes from the companies. It started in banks in the 70s, and then things have changed, and now we see compliance in all areas: tax compliance, criminal compliance, uh, labor rights compliance. We have so many kinds of compliance now. Compliance is like a panacea. It's like coaching. Anyone's a coach, anyone's a compliance officer, anyone wants to do compliance. But what's different is that many people don't understand what compliance is itself. And compliance is like law because it has a lot of different areas. In the area of criminal compliance and risk mitigation, whether criminal compliance or legal compliance or administrative compliance, it's becoming more and more important. This is partly because of the risks, which are becoming greater and greater. I was listening to Luann's presentation, and she talked about crypto assets. Crypto assets are a new risk for companies. And it's a challenge to work on this. People aren't familiar with it, and it's constantly changing. Crypto assets are one of the challenges in criminal compliance. Now, how do we do criminal compliance management within a company? We want to avoid crime and mitigate the effects of crime. In our countries, risk mitigation is dealt with through in the same way. But at the end of the day, I think that you know what criminal compliance is. It is a way of mitigating, preventing, and diminishing the risks that the company has in the criminal environment. It's not complicated, but what is difficult is actually making it happening. Not having things happen in our companies that are essentially criminal. But it's not the company itself. Compliance is for the private sector, but it's also for the public sector. It's for the nonprofit sector and for ONGs. So we have these systems for preventing corruption and money laundering in companies, but all of this is expensive. Companies will adopt these preventative measures if they have the right environment, and that's key. When we talk to companies, we always end up talking about costs, about how expensive it is for companies that are often coming out of a crisis or a pandemic, and they can barely pay their expenses. That's the reality. That's the market we're facing. And we cannot close our eyes to the difficulties that these companies are facing doing simple things like paying their employees. That's the reality. We need to do some awareness raising. so that our countries can offer more than they offer now. In Brazil, we are working on a law to increase the advantages for companies so that if there is criminal activity, the criminal sanctions are lower than they are now. We have a data protection law, which is very similar to the general data protection law in the EU community. The Brazilian law is almost a copy of the European law. And now, talking about compliance, much more than a legal requirement, it is a market requirement. Because anyone who wants to export and import with the US, with Europe, with China, and even with countries in Latin America must observe very carefully compliance issues. So we are working so that criminal compliance and general compliance in Brazil can have laws that are approved quickly so that we, as consultants, as lawyers, as economists, those of us that implement these programs, we can say, if you implement a compliance program, you will spend a lot of money. It's true. You have serious commitments to carry out the program. The program will be a lot of work. This is all true. But we are going to show you that we offer competitive advantages for companies that decide to implement these programs in a serious way. I'm talking about serious compliance, not paper compliance. How do we do this? As I said before, the data protection law in Brazil establishes that companies that have a properly implemented program, and I want to say all companies are legally required to have a data protection program. There's a joke that if you sell popcorn in front of the school, then you need to have a data protection program. But it's actually true. If you have a list of phone numbers in a notebook and birth dates, then you need to have a data protection program. That is true in Brazil and in many other countries. So data protection is a reality and a important reality. In Brazil, for example, we don't have a general compliance law. Most countries in the world don't have a general compliance law. It doesn't exist. We have dispersed laws, local laws, depending on what country you're from, that require companies who desire to interact with the government to implement a compliance program. But this compliance program is minimal. If you have a compliance officer, then you've met your obligation. There are no tools or mechanisms to audit this. There are none at this time. So we have a law that we have generated for compliance in Brazil. It's a seven-headed monster. It's a white elephant, which is the idea of self-regulation. Self-regulation, for me, forces us as companies to make sure that what the government isn't doing gets done. That's why we're here. That's why we have a job. So it's not so bad for us, but it is bad for the companies. Self-regulation is a transfer of obligations to private organizations. So if I don't have the ability, if I don't have money, if I don't know how to do this properly, I'm still being obligated to do this self-regulation. And this isn't going to change. It's the reality, and that's good that it's not going to go back to the way it was before. But it is a very difficult task. It's difficult for us to convince our potential clients to do this. So we are developing some bills, some projects here, so that we can regulate companies and offer to companies discounts up to 100% on fines. The second thing that we need to do is, and this is important in any jurisdiction, is that large companies have compliance programs. There's a high percentage, but it's not high enough because all large companies should have compliance programs. If we remove large companies, then we drop to about 35% of companies that have compliance programs. If we only look at small companies, small and micro companies, then we drop to 4%. Could you bring me a glass of water if you don't mind? This takes us to a very clear situation and 2 points that I want to make. The first point is a lack of knowledge about what compliance is. The majority
La gran mayoría.
The grand majority of companies and owners of small companies, they don't know what compliance is, and they don't know what a compliance program is. That's natural. That's normal. Where I live, we have a very large bus manufacturing plant. We have one of the largest iron companies in the world. But many of those companies are being run by families. In Brazil, that's the way it is, and in Latin America, that's the way it is. It is normal for companies to continue to be family run through the third and fourth generation and at a very large size. So it's difficult to tell these owners, maybe they're 85 years old. I say that because the life expectancy where I live is very high, and so we have CEOs over 80. And it's difficult to explain to someone who worked with a typewriter what a compliance program is. The second point, and the most important point for me, is the most difficult. Awareness can be raised. It's hard, but it can be done. But the hard part is the cost of compliance. because it is seen as a cost, not as an investment. It is not seen as something that will provide a competitive advantage. And that is the biggest challenge. And that is why it is an important area to work on. That is the hardest part. It got stuck. So that's why we need to work on the issue of cost and help these organizations and companies to implement compliance programs, whether it's general compliance or criminal compliance. There is a way to do it, but it's difficult. In Brazil, we have a law which is focused on the art sector. So if a group of artists want to put on a show that is expensive, they can go into the market and the work that they do as artists can be deducted from their tax. So they find companies that can offer the products for free so that they can do their artistic activities like a show, theater. Right now, we're going through an absurd explosion in entertainment. We're becoming known for that. Because the government essentially approved a law that transfers the value of the company to art. I think that we need to do the same thing in compliance. We need to work so that governments in countries are aware that integrity and ethics are more than just important. They offer a competitive advantage. And beyond that, they keep you in the game on the international stage. The only way that we can carry out compliance programs all the way to small and micro businesses, small and micro NGOs, it will be through some sort of grant or subsidy that only the government can offer. And then other companies can offer value for those organizations and return that value to the society through compliance programs. I think that this is easier now than ever. We're seeing the first statistics on return on investment in brand, but we're seeing the real return for companies when they are compliant. Banking institutions started to offer lower cost interest rates for companies that have serious compliance programs, as well as SMEs. I live in a country where we have some of the highest ROI in the world, and our inflation is very low, 3%. But our income is usually around 4%. With our interest rates are around 4%. Inflation of 3% should have reasonable interest rates. So if you have a company and you want to get a loan, you need to pay 2.5, something like that, a month. And that number is actually quite high because if we look at the industry has a return of 5 to 6%. And companies that have a compliance program are now getting loans in Brazil at 0.8 or 1% interest rates instead of the normal 2.5%. So this is a real benefit, and we can show companies the true value of a compliance program in their company. We can share with them the advantage that it could give them too in possible legal processes. Our law allows companies, our anti-corruption law offers certain advantages if we work hard against corruption in the company. But those are 4 to 5% discounts on fines. And to maintain a simple data protection program, 0%. So more than talking about compliance or criminal compliance, what I want to say is that it's very important that we continue moving organized society and politics and governments and civil society organizations, private and public institutions, to think very seriously about how we are going to make compliance a popular tool, a tool that can be involved in every sector of society. I think the only way is by financing, joining together, and working on this together. Thank you very much for your time.
Bueno, y a quienes hayan
So for those of you who have participated in training with FELADE in University of the Pass, you can pick up your certificates in the registry area. I will reiterate that. If you have participated in the training programs that were being offered by FELADE and Universidad para la Paz, you can pick up your certificates at the registry table. Before we go to our break, we just want to share with you what has happened at this World Compliance Forum 2024. Your attention, please.
We will repeat the video, but we'll do it when we come back from the break. We are going to repeat the video and include today's session. We are going to take 20 minutes break.
Muy buenos días, gracias por continuar.
Good morning. Thank you very much for being with us. Erika Chumaceiro is joining us, lawyer and consultant, and she will be presenting the guideline for the prevention and to combat public and private corruption.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello, good morning.
Es un gusto pues tener la oportunidad
It is such a pleasure to have the opportunity to be here with all of you. First of all, I would like to give thanks
Compliance Forum
to the team of the World Compliance Forum, to FELADE, the University de La Paz for the United Nations, to allow me to be part of this space that we are here to share knowledge and experiences
conducentes a una cultura
towards a culture of transparency. I come here today to share an experience of success that is a result of an interagency work that was done by an initiative, the Ministry of Security and Transparency, with the support of the American Embassy that I have the pleasure to represent. I want to share with you that I'm a consultant for the Department of Justice of the United States, and I was appointed to a project in anti-corruption of INL, that is the Anti-Narcotic Division and Law Enforcement of the Department of Justice. Within the framework of the commitment of Panama to tackle corruption was held in April 2022 with an MOU issued by the Prosecutor's Office, the Ministry of Security, and the Transparency Division. Each one of the institutions was able to adopt different responsibility when combating corruption that are not only related with the investigation of crime, but prevention. And there was the opportunity to share and socialize this document with all of you. I believe that all of you have the guideline, and it's a result of a multidisciplinary team that I had the honor to lead. For all of you professionals of the area, all of you that are working in sectors of compliance, you know that this is not something new. For many years, we had studies, work that are collecting best practices in anti-corruption topics. However, this guideline collects in 50 pages investigation, prevention techniques, prevention models of the United Nations, and has more than 50 QR code that allowed you to connect to legal instruments that are international and local to support contain information. Has more than 30 videos of educators specialized in the support of this guideline. You have videos of 1 hour, 1 hour 15 minutes, where each one is developing different aspects. And it's done for every single reader. The guideline can be used by a law student or a prosecutor dedicated on investigations. The guideline has a chapter of investigation and sanction, and it's important to share. Well, actually, to share this success story will take me an hour. I will try to summarize as much as I can. Last year, within this framework of the MOU, we were able to coordinate roundtables with the private and public sector, trainings for the dissemination of this information, and at the end of the day, it's important to transfer that we are aware on the elaboration of the guideline is not the conclusion of this project. The awareness, training, even specialized education that we would like to cover with the support of the U.S. Embassy, it's not our final aim. The idea is to create a culture of transparency. These are instruments to achieve it. And we are so pleased to be shared with actors of high level, and we ask you to be part of the dissemination of this document. You can download the digital version. It's on the webpage of the Ministry of Public Security. For every time that you share it, you are going to be able to support a very relevant work. Without any further ado, I would like to thank you all and ask you to commit to its dissemination. And from the U.S. Embassy, we share the interest on combating corruption and organized crime in all its presentation, and we're here to support the fight with the same purpose, that is a culture of legality and transparency for all countries in the region. Thank you. Corruption and Human Rights 2030 Agenda of the United Nations. Moderator Juan Carlos Sain from Universidad de La Paz. Vice Chancellor Marjolaine Schaap, the Netherlands. Department of International Law, Universidad de La Paz. From the UN, Dr. Mauricio Vieira, Director, Universidad para la Paz. Jesús Ollarves Irazábal, Venezuela, Lawyer, Ollarves Irazábal y Asociados.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome once more to this session. Don't you think that this sounds like CSI? The video? That's why we're here, because the idea of compliance is to avoid crime. And whenever we're talking about corruption, it's important to mention what our colleague Chumacedo mentioned about the guideline. We have a vision of corruption as something public. But what is interesting of the guideline is that it refers to the public-private sector corruption, because it's not something of only of the politicians that is something public. No, it's wider than that. And that's the idea of this panel, that we can present compliance in a wide context. So the idea of having a vision from corruption within the framework of human rights and the work that has been done by the United Nations within the framework of the Agenda 2030 of the SDGs. My three colleagues that are joining me, we agreed on how we are going to talk about the Global Index of Corruption and its relationship with the SDGs. Please, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. It's so great to be here with you. Thank you, Juan Carlos and Jose Quesada, for the joint work and space giving. We have been working with the World Compliance Forum for many years, and it's important to talk about the creation of the prevention of organized crime at Universidad de La Paz. And when we first started working at the university on this topic, there was a global index on organized transnational crime. And I bring this index because I believe that it's very important to talk about this and its co-relationship and corruption. There will be a need on not only how to classify it in the countries, but how to understand this complex dynamic. And in 2021, when it was first launched, there was an analysis of 10 criminal markets. And of course, they were analyzed considering human trafficking, environmental crime, but there was no inclusion by then of cybercrime and illicit flows. When we were talking in 2020, when we started working in 2023 with this guideline, from the 10 markets analyzed, they had the need to include 5 more. And those 5 reflected a change on this organized crime. In 2021, human trafficking was prevailing in the whole world, and that was replaced by the financial illicit flows. So the financial crimes represent the highest position at a global level. After that, cyber crimes and other criminal markets. And this index is not analyzing criminal markets in an isolated market, and it has a correlation, and this correlation has a perspective of the multilateral aspect of the United Nations with the design of a common global agenda that we know as the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. But if we go back to 2000, when the United Nations indicated the indicators of the millennium, they were not even included in this agenda. So only in 2015 was included as part of the objective of the goal 16. And it's not an isolated goal. It has a direct impact with the same agenda. And just to mention, this goal 16 connects with SDG 3, gender equality as well, decent work, economic growth, reduction of inequality, reduction of land, and also to obtain solid and strong communities. The idea of our panel is to, as an compliance officer, you can have an understanding of the current reality, but this reality is not isolated. Our colleague this morning was talking that he had to cover 16,000 companies, but that's not a clear reality. It's not revealing it. So, in regards to organized crime and what it represents as sustainable development, we want to give them the tools to connect them to this, to connect you all with these topics. So now I will give the floor to Marjorie. Thank you very much. The access of public information represented a fundamental right for all citizens that would like to obtain information and data from the state. At the same time, it is important because it allows to participate on the political aspects, to monitor the actions of the state and the public management. The access to information is a vital tool in combating corruption. Right to information is the number one SDGs whenever we're talking about to the right to the access and right of that information. We can include in the SDG 16, Article 10 and 13 at conventions of the United Nations. But one thing that probably you don't know that is very relevant for Latin America is the regional agreement on the access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental issues in Latin America and the Caribbean. There is another name that it's called the Escazú Agreement. Within this law, we have the project of the development to infrastructure and other projects that can create an impact in the environment. As we know, as climate change, it can have, for instance, the member states that are included Chile, Mexico, Panama, Argentina, Nicaragua, Uruguay, and other 9. The Escazú Agreement represented an opportunity that was very valuable without any precedents for the region, not only for the strengthening of democracy, human rights, and environmental protection, but for the compliance of the 2030 agenda of the SDGs. The agreement deepen on democracy and create trust in the public decisions and eliminating inequalities. The agreement offers participation and access to justice for decision making on fundamental issues, impose obligations to the state authorities related to this topic. It also includes a special and specific provisions to defend the environment. There are 2 rights, human rights. The first one, and this is something that we discussed a little bit, the right to obtain personal information, medical information, intel information, and the information can empower the administrations, and whenever it is incorrect, it should be modified and stored properly. The authorities can only store personal information in case there is a legal base, and whenever they are able to comply with all criteria and legality, the authorities should protect personal data stored from non-authorized access of third parties. And it's also mentioned against the fight on corruption, on how to protect or receive public information from the authorities to facilitate and receive that information. It was one of the first systems to acknowledge the access to public information as a fundamental right that offers a positive obligation. The state should provide that information that they have to their citizens. On the excess of information in Chile in 2009, in a court, it was mentioned that it was indispensable that the authorities can follow the principle of maximum dissemination of information, where all information should be accessible and should be subject to a restricted access of exemption. Now, more countries are applying a law of freedom of information. The problem is that there's not a foundation on this initiative, but the effective implementation of this law, that exists procedures of low cost to request this information, and that the public servants can receive this information and on how they can apply their laws. The legal frameworks on human rights and the Escazú Agreement can guide us to implement this transparency so the citizens can request accountability to their governments. Okay, Luana said this morning that her dream book was the book of the Fat F recommendations. And for some people, it seems to be that it has no connection with reality. It could be true, but it's not so, because whenever you check on what is taught in the law school, many people consider that it's not mandatory. A prosecutor that doesn't know about this, and they immediately say, no, it's not included in my penal code. And what we're trying to do is to show the articulation of all those regulations, because it is, in case there is no compliance of that book, then it will not have any enforcement. And next, my colleague in Venezuela, he will be able to share with us how all these elements can relate. Good morning. Professor Juan Carlos is referring to the Book of Dreams, but I would like to talk about nightmares. But in addition to nightmares, I would like to discuss a topic that traditionally has been studied in a focal manner and it has the possibility to be understood in a holistic manner. Because organized crime, that is a reality, violation of human rights, that is another reality, and what structured groups are doing to use illicit funds is done through what means organizations and private companies can do, and that's another reality. Now, I want to talk about myths, shadows, realities, and nightmares, because this has to be useful for something. Today, we're here just to define some context as a final result of what criminal organizations are doing, or people that in some way or the other are using this information. And I have been able to hear my colleagues talking yesterday about this topic. So I would like to point out that in addition to what Mauricio said, corruption and the SDGs that are wonderful, but it is important to mention what is discussed on the topic of human beings. Bribe. The tax evasion can cost $1.6 trillion, and these funds could be used to help those who live with with less than $1.25 per day, at least for 26 years. So this is a nightmare. In addition to that aspiration that we would like to reach, the president of the Economic Council mentioned that on SDG 16, what we're trying to do is to promote fair societies that can be pacific. But the international order is not doing well at all, and added that corruption has terrible effects. But that's not enough. As Franco de Vita, Latin American singer, said, most of the countries, 95%, have been only able to progress very slightly since 2016. That aspiration to reach by 2030, it's not going to be a sweet dream. The IPC of 2023 reveals a more scarier data. Corruption is predominating around the world. We're dealing with a major reality that is part of the illicits, and now it's our turn to discuss this topic. Usually, in different forums, as this one, we talk about the need of talking from a holistic perspective. I highlight, what the hell do I have to do with the responsibility of the state if I work for a bank? And that was said by a compliance officer before. And he was not wrong, because traditionally, and since 2016 up until now, we have talked about the vertical effect and an orthodox doctrine that was overcome already, and the state is the only one that, through its agents, worldview, can provide to the state an international responsibility. And that's a myth, because nowadays we can say that there is enough political, doctrinal, and legal responsibility where a compliance officer can not only commit the responsibility of the share of his or her institution, but of the state. And that is confirmed not only with the traditional trends related to human rights, but the challenges that we have to face in regards to organized crime. Whenever the corrupts needs to conceal funds, they don't ask if they need an NGO or a specific means. They try to solve their problem. And us, from the transparency and legality, we're trying to find out how we can apply those 40 recommendations of FATF. The other myth is related to something that is still in the agenda of human rights, that is related to the topic of protecting, that it's an international obligation, that it's stated in all the aspects of human rights, including the state that has sponsored this wonderful event. The obligation to protect to all public and private entities, even individuals, that can create a situation of responsibility to the state. Nowadays, I see a guideline presented by one of my colleagues, but it really caught my attention that we still need to have access to the cooperation, because the guideline refers to the standards on investigation and sanctions. But the question is, what do we do about the aspiration that we would like to reach? Honestly, why is this useful? What do we do with the stolen funds? What do we do with those funds that probably are invested in products of low performance, as what happened with the United States administration, where after $1,000 billion were seized by Venezuelan officers was appointed to the administration of President Trump to build a wall. And it's not helpful, separates human beings. And the Venezuelans were not able to receive those funds. And still nobody's talking about that and about the recovery of those assets.
I don't want to go on too long and abuse this time, but one of the challenges that we have to deal with is that the 40 FATF recommendations, and I don't want to get into a conversation about the value of those recommendations, but those recommendations require a very careful analysis as well of international law. And so our challenge is, with those 40 recommendations, human rights should be cross-cutting and included in the recommendations. Not to benefit the state, not to benefit financial institutions, but to benefit human beings, because all of us are working towards benefiting human beings. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Guevara. I'm going to go through a second round of comments, and we're going to go through the same order. Mauricio, for everyone who is here and everyone who has a responsibility to deal with these kinds of issues, is it relevant to know what the Global Index says about crime and what the Sustainable Development Goals say about it, especially 16? What can we say to people who have that responsibility of compliance officer? Thank you very much, Juan Carlos. This is a point that is very relevant for me. When we mention the indexes, and we have a lot of indexes, not just an organized crime index, we have a fragility index, we have human development indexes, we have financial secrets index. Those indexes reveal to us a part of the society that has a problem. And from that point, we can generate a joint agenda that can serve for the states, for the organizations, and for civil society, and for the private sector, so that we can all work together on this agenda and mitigate risks and challenges that we see by looking at those indexes. I want to mention two key examples. One has to do with fighting corruption. The UN, with the UNODC, the United Nations Organization Against Crime, Drugs and Crime, they have established regional platforms to work on anti-corruption agendas throughout the region, throughout the world. And I want to mention two of them, the Central America agenda and then the South America and Mexico agenda. The topics for these platforms are very valuable to see what the common issues are that these countries face and what the strategies are that can be implemented. For example, integrity systems, a focus on public hiring, corruption in the public sector and the private sector. But the most important is to focus on protecting reporters, protecting watchdogs and whistleblowers. That is one key point that they're looking at here, and that's what we're seeing in indexes. If we're going to look at our ability to combat corruption, that's an index focused on understanding the reality in the Americas. We're going to see that journalists are attacked when they report on issues related to corruption and organized crime. That is a group that needs to be protected. The other thing that we can do in academics, in private sector, in civil society is that the UN is at this time reviewing the Convention on Transnational Organized Crime, and each state has a responsibility to present and identify a focal point that can establish dialogue with other stakeholders in order to review the implementation of that convention. I want to invite you to visit the UNODC page to identify the focal point in your country that your government has established so that you can have a dialogue with that person. This allows us to establish transparency, strengthen the agenda, and mitigate risks of organized crime. Thank you very much, Mauricio. There's another very important issue here, and it has to do with the partnership between FELADE and the Universidad para la Paz. When Jose went to the university recently to present this proposal, this training proposal, and we accepted it, it had to do with what Professor Ollave said previously. We wanted holistic training that is still technical. We must have technical training. We're in a time where people are specialists on the right nail of your pinky finger. So if you have something going on with that nail, you'll go to that specialist. But that's not how things work in reality. It's like that story where they say, I woke up with a headache, and I think it was because of that last rum that I drank. No. It wasn't the last rum. It was 11 of them in total that did it. Just the last one wouldn't have done anything by itself. But in a study, we look at just the last negative effect. Of course, that was the end of the process, and that's what we look at. So at University para la Paz, we want to look at it in a holistic way. We see that organized crime promotes conflict. In countries where you don't have peace, it's easier to commit crime, and you are more profitable committing crime. So it's a cycle. And we want people to be able to see the full picture. Professor Maizarine, I wanted to ask you, why is freedom of expression so important? No, is that not your question? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I do want to talk just a little bit more about what I said before, about what you said rather, that about how all things are connected. And access to information is so important for accountability. And that's what's key as we're fighting corruption. In order to understand this a little bit more, for example, the School Agreement, and once again, we're going back to environment. It's one of my passions. But they mention 3 guarantees, procedural guarantees: access to information, effective participation, and access to justice. And in the context of corruption and dealing with this topic, I think it's really important to mention this issue, because if you have a system where you have an infrastructure project or a development project that's incredibly important, we talk about, millions of dollars going into these kinds of projects. But if you have a project like this, it has an enormous impact on the environment as well. These projects have an impact on human rights as well. These projects are often financed with a combination of public and private funds. And in this context, to carry it out as an open and transparent government, it is important to have procedural guarantees. If I don't have access to information, and when I say access to information, that means that people live there and they don't know what's going to be built there. They don't know what the risks are of building it there. They don't know where the money is coming from to build it. They don't know what the impact is, not just now, but in 5 years or in 10 years. They can't ask for more information. If they don't know what's happening, they can't hold their government accountable if they don't have this information. They can't hold the contractor accountable. If we don't have information, we can't participate. We can't say, in reality, we accept this project. We can't change our minds about the project. We can't research more. If I don't have good information, if I don't know what the rules are that are being used, on what basis these decisions are being made, or what the impacts are for this project, then I can't go to a court and say, I have a right to express my opinion about this project, or I have a right to this land. For example, this is impacting my human right to life because of the environmental impact or because of some other human right that's being impacted. So I want to talk not just about access to information, but when we talk about corruption or when we talk about anti-money laundering, it's like Juan Carlos said, we need a holistic approach and we need to connect it to other human rights. We need to understand true accountability and what the questions are that we need to ask. We need to give power to citizens so that they can ask for what they need. Thank you, Professor. Do you have anything to add here about accountability and human rights in this context? This conference has been incredible. We talk about dreams, and the professor here has been talking about roles. Has been talking about rum. But the most important thing about rum is maintaining your sobriety. Yesterday, Francisco Rojas talked about the importance of dialogue and academics. He said that dialogue is the foundation of democracy. And he said that best practices on dialogue best practices for dialogue are reviewed every year in the Universidad para la Paz. What he said is that there is no other way. And when we say dialogue, we don't mean political dialogue. I want to highlight a very important academic project created for Latin America recently. This was a project that came from Max Planck in Heidelberg, together with Professor Armin Fuqua-Grande and Ariela Morandes. And with this project, they identified a triad of elements that are fundamental for dealing with these challenges or these problems where we see a lot of things hanging in the air and we have a common goal, but we don't know how to. And the three elements were dialogue between courts, which I want to say not just dialogue between courts, but also dialogue between academics. Second was the open state. And third was control of conventionality. This was something created by the jurisprudence in the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And I want to add that this forum has really brought out incredible ideas. We're talking about artificial intelligence applied to identifying risk. That's incredible. But we can't forget that one of the risks that is blowing up in our face all the time with corruption and such like issues is when we see that banks and financial institutions are very eager to freeze assets and very slow to unfreeze assets. We need to look at that issue. Number 2, It's very important that the Universidad para la Paz, Professor, I'm going to ask you please to create a project that will create a convention for civil rights to repair the negative effects that have come from corruption, where the objective will be recovery through methodology that can follow the money. We know it's easy to follow structured groups. We follow the money, and then we need to give that money back to those that have been stolen from, and support our societies and support human beings. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to make sure that we have a microphone out there. We can't say dialogue if we just talk up here. So we're going to get a microphone out there, and we would love to hear your questions and thoughts for our panel. We are talking here, but we need to hear from you as well. So any comments or thoughts from the other side? We have a question over here. I know you'll get there very quickly with the microphone. Thank you. They only want easy questions, they said. Good morning. Good morning to the whole panel. What a pleasure to hear these kinds of presentations and to hear your passion. Mr. Udiaves, it was fun to hear from you, someone I like to think of as still young in Costa Rica, leading a company with some very complex activities. What would you say to that kind of person in Costa Rica who would like to take back a few keywords? What's the advice that you'd give me? As a young man, the only thing that I would say is, with all of the internal legislation that needs to be studied and applied, recommendations and directives, all that soft law, keep in mind that there is another kind of law that covers all of the community. And that is to say, it is sort of like an imperative law, a hard law that is clearly laid out in international treaties. Most treaties, when you coordinate with them with laws that pursue coordination, they have these veins of communication, and a compliance officer needs to understand those and manage those. It's very important to be focused not just on the interests of the institution, but on the interests of the country. Because at the end of the day, if your actions as a compliance officer can lead to responsibility from or you're able to see some sort of misbehavior in the institution, then you can create this international responsibility that eventually can solve or resolve this illicit issue. And then on the personal side, I just want to say resilience. Do we have any other questions? Everything's been very clear. We have a question here. Our colleague, the lawyer. This is going to be a hard question. Thank you. That's actually a very simple question. I think there's a very difficult dynamic between different countries, which is that we're trying to develop dialogue between countries without linking in the private sector. For example, in crypto assets and IT, large companies that manage large amounts of information. What is the right mechanism to have agreements or conventions between countries that still have participation from the private sector so that we can have better agreements. What do you think is the right mechanism for that? Thank you very much. We have an expert in public-private partnerships here. He's not on the panel, so we'll see what... We do have an empty chair, though. You should come up here, Victor. But I don't know if anyone would be interested in answering this question. So look here. Organized crime doesn't just dialogue. They don't lose time dialoguing. They work. They implement. Our job is different. We need to have dialogue and we need to do awareness raising to strengthen our abilities. And we're doing that. What we're doing right now, this is part of our job. This event and its conclusions can help us to raise awareness and to act in our region. That's why we invite the university and the World Compliance Forum in general to create, from all of these presentations and these dialogues, something really substantial that we can share in our countries so that internal measures can be taken, not just legislative measures, but measures can be taken to face and deal with organized crime. In crypto assets, it's a terrible issue. It's very opaque. And that's why it's important to have transparency, which our colleague mentioned, and accountability. Remembering that the individual human beings are the key. They're the center of what we're doing. Thank you very much, Professor Oviedo. Any last questions here? Comments here? A last comment would be to be more holistic. Isabel mentioned at the opening of this event something very interesting. And I think that we cannot advance in mitigating risks if we do not work on analyzing and mapping those risks. I do think it is very important to have a deeper analysis so that we can identify actors and dynamics and different levels of complexity to see how markets interact with other markets and what impact these things have on our society. Thank you. Professor Marjolin, you will close out our panel. Thank you very much for your attention. We will continue talking out in the hall for sure.
Y avanzamos con nuestra...
Let's move on with our agenda. We are ready now for our next presentation. Human trafficking and traffic of migrants. Identifying risk in money laundering. We have Mario Cordero Bejar from Mexico, leader of the Organized Crime and Drug Prevention Program. Esther Montalvo, project coordinator from Mexico. Carlos Andres Perez from Panama, officer for prevention of crime and criminal justice in the fight against human trafficking and migrant trafficking. Rocio Uron, project coordinator for the UNODC in the Southern Cone.
Hola, muy buenos días a todos.
Hello and good morning, everyone. It looks like they already introduced us in a very exciting way up on the screen. Thank you very much for offering us your time and attention. We know that your time is so valuable, and so we will be as brief and interesting as possible. We represent the UNODC, and we would like to take this time to share from our perspective the importance of international cooperation on these key issues, including human trafficking, migrant trafficking, and their connection to money laundering. So I'm going to pass the floor to Mr. Carlos Perez, who's going to give us our first overview. Thank you very much, and hello to everyone who's here with us today. Thank you for inviting us here. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, is a very specialized UN mandate, and we work together with the states and relevant actors to implement the UN Convention against Transnational Organized Crime. Specifically for the panel today, we're going to talk about the protocol on human trafficking and illegal migrant trafficking. Our office is a secretariat, so we depend directly on the General Secretariat of the UN. And with our mandate, which was established by Resolution 55 of the General Assembly in 2000, Article 22 and 23 establishes the need for a technical secretariat, and I think that many of you who are here know what it means to have a technical secretariat. It's basically implementing the mandate that you've been given. And so in 97, 2 UN agencies were fused, the International Center for Crime Prevention and the UN Organization for the Control of Drugs. With the fusion of those 2 organizations, the UNODC was born as the technical secretariat for this conference. Our location is Vienna, Austria, where we hold our most relevant conversations about organized crime, which are then taken to New York and become resolutions. The role of the technical secretariat in our office means that we work hand in hand with the states. When a state, through its chancellor's office or other office, ratifies a UN resolution, the General Secretariat automatically implements cooperation. This is technical assistance to help implement what these international protocols establish and the discussion of the use of these tools. There are 3 scenarios that I'd like to mention which may be very relevant and helpful so that you, in your role of compliance officers, can kind of follow the work that we're doing. And the Conference of the Parts is held regularly in Vienna. The previous panel mentioned, and we know this, that organized crime is evolving. It's moving forward. And so the conversations that we have in those COP sessions are key. The second point is the Convention Against Drugs, where topics are discussed in terms of the capacity of the states to fight drugs, and the CCPJ is another important event which occurs in May, also in Vienna, where the majority of organizations in charge of prosecuting crime from the states do participate. So this is a very broad mandate. In Latin America and the Caribbean, our office has around 12 or 13 countries represented in developing the convention. We have this team here which works closely with countries in the region to implement the protocol on human trafficking, which is known as the Palermo Protocol, as well as the protocol on illegal trafficking of migrants by land, sea, and air. I don't want to talk too much about the birth of these instruments, but when the states at the end of the 80s and 90s were discussing the need of an international convention to provide more tools to the state to fight crime, they didn't really have this on the table. And of course, you can study it very closely, but they hadn't considered an instrument on human trafficking. The main concern at that time was about drug trafficking or weapons trafficking. But it was through a women's movement in the fourth conference of Beijing where it was established that the illegal earnings coming from human trafficking of specifically women for sexual purposes was reaching capital numbers equal to the trafficking of drugs and the trafficking of weapons. So women themselves suggested that this would be important to include an instrument to fight trafficking of human trafficking around the world. So we have a question because we're talking about two different crimes, and many people don't often think about them as two different crimes. The press confuses the two. We use different terms in Spanish for these crimes and others that can get mixed up and confused with them. But they are different criminal behaviors. They occur in similar contexts, and that is why it can be difficult to differentiate between them. But there are two different instruments. One is a protocol on human trafficking, and one is migrant trafficking, illegal migrant trafficking. The first difference between these two, which is where I'd like to start, is that we are talking about crimes where the person in this, well, first of all, what's involved here is a person. When we talk about drugs or we talk about weapons, these are objects. They are sold, they are transferred, and it's over. But human trafficking and illegal migrant trafficking is a trafficking of a person. A person is sold once, they're trafficked twice or three times, and in each transaction, illegal capital is being generated. There are three elements that allow us to differentiate between human trafficking and illegal migrant trafficking. One is the element of transnationality. Human trafficking is the movement of people to exploit them. And this movement can occur internally within a country or externally. Historically, we have thought of human trafficking as a transnational crime. Men and women that were taken from Panama and exploited sexually in European countries or in Asian countries, but it does occur as well within the borders of a country. And then exploitation. In human trafficking, it's not just about moving someone from point A to point B, but the criminal network is interested in what happens after that. How can I use that person to produce some illegal earnings and convert them, if you allow me the expression, into a gold mine? So it is a crime that objectifies human beings. The difference with migrants is that transnationality is a key part of it. So that person has to cross an international border. And legally, there is no concept of illegal migrant trafficking within a country. The second element here of exploitation can be absent in illegal migrant trafficking. These facilitate the entrance of one person from country A to country B without the necessary requirements that country B has. And that is the differentiating element. So trafficking affects human beings. Illegal trafficking of migrants is a crime that affects the sovereignty of states. Only states that request a passport or a visa, and then there's a third party that facilitates you to go into that country without the requirements that the state requires. These are the conducts that we see that also offer illegal income for traffickers.
And there is where we start working in our office to provide accompaniment to all the offices in the region. And I believe that retaking this idea, what is not named, it doesn't exist. We have to be very clear by saying that human trafficking exists, and it represents one of the three lucrative crimes that in the third position at a global level. And in order to present more details on the main figures of these crimes, I would like to ask the first question to Esther and Rocio about the trends that they can share to offer a clear overview on what's happening in Central America and the Southern Cone. Thank you very much, Mario. We can see on the screen some interesting figures. Periodically, we issue global reports, and we will be glad to share this information with all of you, or you can check on web pages and social media. On the last report from 2016 to 2018, were identified at least 30 routes of migrant routes, as we see on the screen. And through those were 2.5 million migrants crossing the area. And by then, it represented an $7 trillion. And those are figures that are extremely disturbing, especially now for us that we're here at the forum to analyze those topics on money laundering in order to analyze human trafficking. And of course, these figures have been changing in the case of Mexico, Honduras, and Guatemala, and Salvador. Honduras has always been providing transit for migrants. In 2019, were detected 720,000 people that crossed to Mexico, and in Mexico are transiting from 200,000 and 400,000 migrants per year. And those are figures, of course, that can be very alarming, but invite us to the reflection and the responsibility that we have as a government, as international organizations, as private sector. We had the panel just a few moments ago on the academia, and this allows us to provide an analysis and to set some policies on this regards. Also, we can see the routes of migrants. This is a little bit on what I was sharing with all of you from this route between Central America and Mexico. And if we consider now and discuss human trafficking, we submit annual reports. The last one was in 2022, and here we were able to detect a reduction. And it's not something that it had been done with less frequency. We can see that in Central America and the Caribbean that there was a reduction, but this crime obviously was affected by COVID-19, according to the analysis that we were able to submit between UNODC in order to detect crime. And this crime was being committed in more concealed areas with less possibilities of detection. And even though we have less indicators of human trafficking in Central America and Mexico, there was an impact on regards to this topic in the region. And Rocio, can you share your perspective from the Southern Cone? It is important to mention that the dynamic of human trafficking and illicit traffic of migrants have been very controlled by the increasement of the migration flow in the region. South America became an origin, transit, and destination route of victims. In addition to this, the number of cases of forced labor have increased. And that really caught our attention because many people go under sexual exploitation. The increase of cases of forced labor goes in hand with a higher availability of workmanship coming from those migrants who are crossing the subcontinent. Something important to mention is that 79% of cases reported and registered by the authorities are committed by criminal organizations, and these organizations were not only had the routes of human trafficking but also of drug trafficking, and they have a control in the areas where they are present. So in some way these criminal organizations, they have included these activities within their criminal activities by having the availability of the resources that they have. On the other hand, towards the migration dynamic in South America, we can identify specific flows. One is the south-south migration flow that starts from the countries of the Andean region and all the way to the southern cone, Chile and Argentina, but still continue being a destination country for those who are migrating as Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Peru. And on the other hand, there is the migration flow that is coming from south to north. So Central America identified as the starting point of those migration flow that end up going through Central America to those countries in the north. And it's important to mention that last year, more than 500,000 people crossed Darien. And it's the entry point of all those migrants who start from the south to the north. In that way, all countries end up being impacted. And currently, one of the routes that have been identified from the island of San Andres, Colombia, with the destination to Nicaragua. So we have a the transit from ground and water. And that crime has increased in the region, and of course is taking this availability of resources that exist. So in order to conclude this point, something that really caught our attention, the cost of this illicit trafficking, it's around $2,700 to $20,000. But it will all depend on the country of origin. Usually are citizens from South America, but there is a transcontinental migration route of citizens that are coming from Asia and Africa, from some countries of South America, and from there they continue. Those are the migrants that end up paying really high cost in order to complete that route, without knowing that those from South America are also experiencing or paying those high costs. And that will depend on the facility of their transit. Whenever the route is more difficult, the route will be less expensive. If they would like to face less risk, they have to pay a higher cost. And whenever they migrate in a regular manner, they end up paying a high cost at first, or at the end, they end up paying more. Thank you very much, Rocio, and that will take us to our next question in order to conclude with this first block. How do they relate to to these two crimes, human trafficking and illicit traffic of migrants? In the case of human illicit trafficked people, those migrants or those who are dealing with them, we can see it on the screen that there's a very interesting chart that we have people who are trafficking. They present different models or business models that represent that they can work as a travel agency or a model of a supermarket or geographical monopoly or a comprehensive package. So through this business model, they can offer a diversity of services to those migrants. And in this case, as Carlos mentioned, a migrant decides to pay to another person. So through those business models could be created certain elements to define that there's a relationship between this illicit financial flows. And we have to consider that there are payments on behalf of the migrants, there are expenses of these traffickers in the different phases of those crimes, are salaries that apply to each one of those who participate in a process. And definitely there is a relationship of illicit payments that have been identified in the traffic of these migrants. There is a case of Awala that through intermediary, they request funds. It could be that a person is in a country of origin and I contact an intermediary. I can provide a password and I will request that a person in a country B, and it could be in another continent, they receive the funds without obtaining information about those funds. And that has been operating for many years. And a little bit on, and this is just to give you an idea of the illicit financial flows. For instance, we can see the quotas that have been identified. For instance, from Honduras to Guatemala, from 320 from Guatemala to the border in Mexico, up to $13,000. From the north of Mexico to the United States, we have identified from $6,000 to $8,000 the cost of illicit traffic. That's the cost that represent this process. So there's no doubt that all this profit that gets to the hand of traffickers, of course, are coming from another set of crimes of kidnapping, corruption, and all those elements that migrants need to experience when transiting all those countries. Thank you very much. And just to summarize, there are two ideas that we will have to deal with. Human trafficking, it's not only about sexual exploitation. It could be trafficking of organs and others. There are different ways that they can be done based on the suffering of people that in addition in our continent can impact women and girls. And there is also another human trafficking that could be conducted on ground, air, or sea with the purpose to obtain some earnings. And the major problem is that many times they are incorporated within our economies. So in some way we have to remember that we are working with illicit and licit procedures. And in order to create that those illicit financial flows, I would like to share or ask the following question to our colleague Rocio. How can you define the relationship between those different modalities of human trafficking with the earnings from those group of organized crime? As cruel as it can sound, human trafficking is a business that is managed by demand and supply. And the victims are human beings that suffer. But for the trafficker, they don't even care about that. Those who conduct human trafficking, they will always try to find the best way to exploit their victims, obtaining highest earnings. And that's done through sexual exploitation. It's easier to get a victim of human trafficking to exploit her sexually than placing that person in a different situation. In addition to this, usually this kind of businesses are led by organized crime or criminal organizations that have the control of bars, nightclubs, brothels, and they can locate those victims in a easier manner. But what is important is to know that 10% of those cases of human trafficking, they have been managed by individual traffickers, and there's some other aspects of human trafficking that has to do with forced marriage that are developed by one person, and their earnings are based on what they are not spending. Let's say, for instance, domestic work in the activities of in those daily activities are earnings that are very difficult to identify, but if we can tell probably that is 10% of the business of those human traffickers. So the traffickers will always try to get or identify those activities that are easier to identify those victims and exploit them for a long time in an easy way. And going back to South America, since there is a lot of workmanship available, forced labor has increased, mostly in people who are trying to obtain resources to continue their migration route. And they usually are exploited in activities of the primary economy. And very briefly, can you share with us how is that relationship between different modalities of illicit traffic? Towards illicit traffic, something very important to mention is to estimate the length of the route. If the route is shorter, the cost will be lower, but that doesn't mean that it will not generate earnings. A very specific case is the border between Venezuela and Colombia. That border usually is controlled by criminal organizations, and they charge $5 to cross the border. But we're talking about many people trying to cross the border. So those earnings are very representative. Of course, usually the largest amount is generated for long routes. And we're talking that those migrants are charged more than $20,000 for the migration from South America to the United States or Canada. So those are very significant earnings. And that helped me to relate the situation of the communities where are generating illicit traffic of migrants. Many of those communities are precarious areas that they don't have any economic activity that is properly defined. And for instance, there could be the transport, food, and they're trying just to find a way to make a living. So in many places, we have seen that the communities end up renting their houses so the migrant can stay there while the migrants are transiting the border, and they prefer to offer those services of food because they are receiving the funds in dollars, and that increase the earning of the community. And in some way, it's a conflict that starts that is created because those are resources that are coming from an illicit activity, but the communities represent an improvement in their livelihoods. Therefore, it's important to consider how to tackle these situations considering the vulnerabilities of those communities. Thank you very much, Rocio. And in order to conclude this blog, we just have a few minutes left. Instead, how can you describe the dynamic of money laundering as a result of human trafficking and migrant trafficking? In 2022, the illicit migrant trafficking was identified as a millenary situation, and it generated $13 million. And this is something that we mentioned before on human trafficking and illicit migrant trafficking. What we can see is that there are certain challenges. And this is something that I mentioned yesterday, that there is a low investigation on those who are related to human trafficking and the illicit migrant trafficking in order to conduct prevention actions in some countries, as in the case of Mexico and Central America. In the security agenda, whenever there is analyzed the topic of money laundering, of course, there's a priority of drug trafficking and corruption, but we should conduct additional policies in order to analyze much better these crimes related to money laundering. Okay. I will not stop or discuss much about the slides that are other analysis, but what can we see from the results of money laundering? What the traffickers do, members of a major network of organized crime, is that the funds go back to the country of origins, that they can be invested in legal activities, or the funds can be integrated in legitimate activities. So we can see that there is an opportunity area because according to certain reports, restaurants, bars, hotels, any type of establishment that can be legal can be used to commit or keep those illicit financial flows as part of money laundering. Okay, we just have 5 minutes left. I would like to conclude with this panel. If each one of you can offer a recommendation whenever we're talking about international cooperation, what recommendations can we provide to the member states or private sector in order to use whenever we are talking about human trafficking and illicit trafficking?
This is a little bit related to what the previous panel said, the academics said. It's about promoting cooperation activities regionally and internationally in general. We do training, for example, with prosecutors' offices and financial institutions to increase knowledge about these two crimes and to synchronize on specific criteria so that we can identify, investigate, and censure these crimes. Of course, it's about promoting best practices and experience exchange between institutions. And also involving the private sector in the analysis is really important in understanding these crimes so that we can promote better public policies, because there are activities that are already being done in the public sector and with international organizations. Just very quickly, I would say it's very, very important to have cooperation and to share information between different authorities. Human trafficking and illegal migrant trafficking cannot be looked at in a fractured way. It's happening throughout the continent, and we need to be able to share information in a timely way so that we can analyze cases in a coordinated way and facing or coordinating with stakeholders that have a hand in the world of money laundering too is very important, especially in information management. Thank you. Very briefly, I can't step off the stage without asking a question. How can we generate financial inclusion models that are safe for migrants and safe for you? The work that we're doing in the border between Colombia and Panama and Costa Rica has identified that one of the first questions migrants ask when they come through and they reach the migratory station in Lajas Blancas is, where can I get some money? Where can I withdraw money? And because they've lost their money that's been stolen from them along the way. And so that's a very interesting question. How can we have models that allow safe access to financial services for migrants? There are a lot of barriers. They don't have documentation, the schedules where those services exist, language, etc. Those barriers create informality, intermediaries, risk of exploitation. If you want to get money, you have to do this. So more than a recommendation, this is really a question. What are some solutions that we can build together? Thank you very much. And with that, we will close out the panel. Are there any questions from the audience? As you're considering your questions, I would like to also share that in our office, it is very important to be able to share a little bit about what we know about human trafficking and illegal trafficking of migrants. So if anyone has information that they would like to share with us, sometimes we have situations that occur and we don't know exactly what's happening or what the right words are for what's happening. So you can always come to us and we can take advantage too of these studies and these reports. We are very excited about the value and the potential that these public-private partnerships have as well to be able to really stop human exploitation and reduce the risk that we're all facing in this area. 12 seconds more. Any questions? If not, then we're on time. Anybody? Very well. A round of applause to thank our specialists. that have shared with us on this very important issue in our region. We would like to take a picture, and our videographer is moving throughout the room because later on we will be sharing a summary video, which you enjoyed very much. So with your cooperation, we are going to ask you and our guests to come up to the stage so we can take a picture.
A ver si saludan a la cámara.
The videographer is filming, so feel free to wave. And the camera is going to come up here to say goodbye to everyone. And we'll wave at them. Camera's coming back by. Feel free to wave. And we have an announcement, I think. We will take a 1 hour break here in the auditorium. We will be moving to the 14th floor, RT. It is time for lunch, and we will be back in 1 hour. Session of the World Compliance Forum Transparent Panama 2024. We would like to ask you to take your seats and we will join our stream of this event.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here with us in our afternoon session of the World Compliance Forum for a Transparent Panama 2024. We'll be starting today with participation from Her Excellency Isa Maria Sanchez, Ambassador and General Consul for Panama in France. The OCDE, active participation of Panama with this important organization. Isa Marie Sanchez from Panama, Ambassador and General Consul to France. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that after lunch it's hard to listen, but we're going to have fun. We are going to have a journey through the OECD, and it's always enjoyable to return to the place where you belong. And I feel like I belong in the world of compliance. That is why I'm in France defending our colors from this issue of lists. We don't have a lot of time, but I want to share a lot about what's been done with the OECD, and I want to take advantage of this space to thank Jose for the invitation. We've been friends for many years in this world of compliance. I also want to thank FENADE and the CNBC and FELADE and the University de La Paz. There are 6 points that I want to share with you today. And when you hear about the OECD, what do you think first? Yes, Mari? Think about lists? Well, that's exactly right. OECD is one of the lists of non-compliant countries, and Panama is working hard, and we're going to achieve this goal. But I want us to see that OECD is much more than just lists. It's an international organization that offers many spaces for us. It is the Organization for Cooperation and Economic Development, and it's an international entity that promotes coordination in policies and economic freedom. It is seeking improvement in economies and economic development. The OECD sees all as the same. It does not distinguish members from non-members or wealthy countries from countries in development, because we are all working towards the same goal of economic development. I'm going to go over the history of the OECD a bit. It started as the European Organization for Economic Cooperation after the Second World War, when countries like France, Germany, Portugal, and England created this organization in order to administer funds that the US government and Canada had offered for the economic recovery of the EU after the Second World War. At that time, it was called the Plan Marshall because Marshall was the Secretary of State in the United States, and he announced that the U.S. and Canada were going to offer these resources. It was about $14 million that were donated for the recovery in Europe, and that's how the OECE was born, which is now known as the OECD. And before it was known as the Club of Rich Countries, because its members made up 70% of world commerce and 80% of the total world GDP. But that has changed over time. The OECD has developed agencies like the Center for Development, the International Agency for Energy, and the FATF. It's important to note that Panama is not a member of the OECD. Panama is a member of the Center of Development, which is a division within the OECD. Currently, the OECD includes 38 countries, and the Center of Development, where Panama is a member, is 54 countries. Many countries start by being part of the Center of Development and then become a part of OECD, but it's not necessary. They can become members immediately, but it's not easy to do, and we're going to see that. What are the objectives of the OECD? Design political improvements for a better life, improve the global economy, and promote world commerce. Seeing globalization as an interaction between companies, natural persons, governments, and all of the countries that make up part of this entity. It also contributes to healthy economic expansion of member countries and non-member countries in development. The OECD develops a lot of workshops and activities that seek to promote policies that improve situations like poverty or environment, and also economic issues, including fiscal issues. Also contributing to global commercial expansion over a multilateral and non-discriminatory base. So there are many things that can be shared by all member countries. Let's look at the structure. The structure of the OECD has 3 levels: the Council, the General Secretariat, and the committees. The General Secretary is currently Matthias Cormann. He's from Austria. He is a diplomat, a politician, and the face of the OECD. In the first level, we have the Council. This is the organization that makes decisions within the OECD. They're the ones that vote and decide the structure of the entity itself. The General Secretariat is made up of different departments. It organizes essentially policies and guidelines, including statistics, information management, data recovery. The General Secretariat is a link or a space before you get to the Council, which is the final decision maker. There are different locations in France, in Tokyo, in Washington. And there are more than 200 committees, which are divided into high interest areas like economy, corporate governance, and others. Each committee covers different topics that then leads to studies that are released. This shows the administrative structure of the OECD. As you can see, it's a multifaceted organization. Here we have the Center for Tax Policy. This plays a very important role globally. It's managed directly by the Ministry of Economy and Finance. We also have the Ministry of Development, which is where I, as president of the Panamanian delegation at the OECD, play a role. But we try to take space anywhere we can, anywhere we're invited to. Here is the Development Center. And these are the subcommittees. We do have space to participate in all of the meetings, including the meetings in Asia, but the most important forums for us are LARC, Latin America, and gender equality, where we have a very important position. I'm going to explain about that a bit more. And once we understand, it's unfortunate that Daira, our superintendent, isn't here. She works with me very closely on this. But once we saw this, we said, we need to understand how the OECD works. Once you understand the org chart, you understand how it works, you study the governance plan, the government plan from the embassy, the government plan from our president, to understand what spaces we needed to be present in as a country, where we could contribute. We identified the best forums. Where does Panama play an important role? Investment, technological growth, environment. We're one of the few countries that are carbon negative. That's a positive flag that we like to wave, because our strategy was always that we're going to talk about everything good that we can do. We want to make positive noise in the OECD. And we also pay a lot of attention to the fiscal area. That is the leg of the table that always wobbled a bit. And so that's where we want to be present. Within the OECD, those are very important areas. So those are the main spaces that we selected, where we have strengths and where we're working very hard. Having a voice is important. We said we're going to sit in the chair, but we are going to speak up. We're going to talk about all of the hard work that we've done, because we are a country that has done very positive things, and we are very respected in the OECD for speaking up. Also, diplomatic paths and improving image. There's always a technical part, but there's also always a political part. We needed to be able to dialogue with the French authorities, including with the different countries. We looked for allies in Latin America, in France. These were some of the important countries that we tried to link with, the United States and France. And then we wanted to highlight a little bit of the hard work that we've done. So achievements. The main achievements that I would like to highlight is that Panama has been a member of the Center of Development since 2013. And now for the first time we are co-chair. That is a very significant opportunity. There was a space open for a non-member co-chair, and so we're there. We're in the gender equality co-chair seat as well. This was part of our goal, was to achieve a space where we'd be able to share vision in the OECD. That's our strategic path, so that everything that people say about Panama at the OECD is positive. We also started looking at the fiscal area. There is diplomacy and relationships, but we also have technical support from the MEF for this side, the fiscal side, because implementing this kind of information exchange and recommendations from global forums, it needs to go through the MEF for their expertise. So they're the ones that really take care of that fiscal side, the technical side, and we do the diplomatic management with authorities and with the OECD in general. Another important point here was that Panama was selected together with Paraguay for a cost-free program for a study, a post-pandemic economic recovery study. There were some workshops done and the results will be presented soon. So that was very positive as well. We have also participated in the LEO studies. This is the Latin American Economic Outlook study. Every year they choose a study, and in 2023 a presentation will happen here in May. Professional internships were found in the OECD for Panamanians. Development studies and transition studies were done. And a lot of talk about the migratory crisis has been very important here. We've been involved in that a lot because Panama is really key in finding solutions to this situation. Some of the spaces that we have participated in include carbon mitigation, energy, digital economy task force, the responsible company conduct, transparency, and others. We have done a lot of trainings, written articles, gone to universities in France so that students can understand all of the hard work that we've done as a country. Because right now people are just hearing about Panama Papers. So we really need to kind of evangelize, share all of the hard work that we have done. We have missions from Panama. We did something really nice with a tributary organization with Magister Wheat and Brown, where they were able to do an exchange with an academic institution in Paris, and that really showed the willingness to transparency, the commitment to transparency and exchange. We also have a project in customs, which is really about exchange between different entities, and all of this is very practical. It's about having facts and actions that show the importance of our bilateral communications. Remember, I had told you there's a political side and a technical side, and we need to be able to mix and coordinate these strategies. We also did a visit to Spain with the chair of the OECD when Spain took us off the list last year of non-cooperating countries. We had to do a lot of lobbying for that. We even had the King of Spain at the OECD, and I took the opportunity to talk to him about this issue and thank him for his support. As you can see here, these are opportunities that we've had, and I got to work with Lisa Ande, the president of the FARAF at that time. She's currently the president of the FARAF. And I asked her for just 10 minutes here during the pandemic to be able to talk about all of the effort that Panama had made to get off the list. This is the procedure to be a member of the OECD. First, the countries need to present a request. Then an evaluation is carried out. The committee observes the situation in the country, what needs to be changed, and if they qualify to be a member of the OECD. The members vote and they establish a roadmap if they accept that this country enters. And they need to send the adhesion instrument to the OECD. There are 25 committees in the OECD, and so this process can take 3 to 10 years. Aside from the economic cost, there can also be a political cost because sometimes adjustments have to be made in the country. But once the roadmap has been carried out, there is an adhesion protocol that has to be ratified in the Legislative Assembly of that country, and then a membership payment has to be paid based on the economic situation in the country. And I want to give the example of Costa Rica. In 2010, they presented a request to be a member of the OECD. In 2015, they received an invitation, and in 2020, they were able to become a member of the OECD. That means that it took 10 years for them to enter the OECD, and they have to pay $2 million a year to be a member of the OECD. If you ask if Panama should be a member of the OECD, this is a question that I hear, my personal opinion is that it is not the right time. First, we have to get off the list. That's a short-term goal. And in the medium and long term, it might be possible to join the OECD, but we have to clean up our home first, have good communication in the OECD, and then we can decide. Being a member of the OECD won't keep you from being put on a list. Let's go back to the Costa Rica situation. They're a member of the OECD, but months later they were included on a gray list. And I told my colleague in France, the ambassador from Costa Rica in France, I said, well, c'est la vie. There's no guarantee that they will not put us on these lists. So what are the benefits for adhesion to the OECD? Good reputation. You can participate in statistics that are generated. You can also access information because there are a lot of studies that are done. You can access evaluations and participate in these studies much more directly than you can from the center of the development center. These are countries that are members of the OECD. Colombia and Costa Rica joined recently. Candidates right now that are applying include Argentina, Brazil, Bulgaria, Croatia, Peru, and Romania. There are 3 Latin American countries. I had an opportunity recently with the embassy in Peru where they showed us their roadmap that they need to carry out to become members of the OECD. 5, 10 years, it won't be less. So it is a long path. In terms of the global forum for the OECD and the FATF, this is something that is primarily directed by the Minister of Economy and Finance. But as you know, we are off of the FATF list now, and Panama has been distinguished as being highly compliant, and there has been work done by the SSNF, the Registry for Beneficial Ownership, as well as many other important steps that are being taken. There is a minimal tax on multinational companies that is being implemented. And the OECD sees all of this work as very positive and expects Panama to be removed from any additional lists soon. There is still work to be done, but there's a lot of positive recognition of the hard work that's being done, and I think that's the important part. The Ministry of Economy and Finance is still doing all of that technical work. So I want to conclude by sharing that the OECD does offer a variety of spaces, not just fiscal spaces, and they seek for good quality of life for citizens, fighting poverty, developing technology, supporting the environment. And it's also a space where we can have a voice and leadership. Work in team is very important. And our strategy has been to take on positions in all of the spaces that we can. And that has been key to share the hard work we've been doing as a country. Becoming a member of the OECD is an incredibly demanding process. It's not just about changing your regulations. There are a lot of requirements to be an active member, and there's a significant payment. It's not cheap. The biggest challenge that we're going to see in the future is that all of this progress fiscally and all of the leadership that we've had over the last 4 years, that it continues into the future so that we can protect our good reputation as a delegation and as a country. Now I have a bit of a surprise for you.
La directora del Centro de Desarrollo, donde Panamá es
Ms. Ricella has sent a message for you. She is the president of the committee that I co-chair. It's really lovely because she talks about all of the activity being done in Panama at the Development Center. I'm going to offer this for you to listen.
My name is Raga Arnautotis, and I am the director of the OECD Development Center. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say a few words about the rich history with Panama, which has been a member of the OECD Development Center since 2013. In the past 10 years, Panama has played a prominent role in the preparation and dissemination of the Center's flagship regional report, the Latin American Economic Outlook. Panama was also the subject of a multidimensional country review in 2017. That review helped advance Panama's national discussion of key issues like job formalization, improving regional attractiveness, and financing the development agenda. The Center has also worked on a post-COVID-19 development strategy for Panama, which will be launched in the first half of this year. It will explore how Panama can best implement social protection mechanisms, support SMEs, and develop new financial instruments like social, green, and sustainability-linked bonds. The Development Center is a pathfinder. It helps policymakers design and identify strategies that reconcile economic, social, and environmental objectives. I'm very grateful for the outstanding partnership between Panama and the Development Center, and my warm thanks go to Ambassador Sanchez and her excellent team for our good collaboration. The past decade was just the beginning of this partnership, and I look forward to a long and productive collaboration for years to come.
Muchas gracias a todos por su atención. Cualquier pregunta.
Thank you for your participation. I am here for any questions, and you can follow the embassy online. We're a very active embassy, always doing stuff. So I'm here at your service if you have any questions. Thank you very much, Ambassador. All these presentations and content will be available after the 22nd of April on the website www.worldcomplianceforum.com. Diplomas for participants will be sent after that date as well. We will now be hearing from our next conference presenter. Global Compliance, an integral vision of prevention of money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing. Mireya Valverde Ocon, Director of the Well-Being Bank.
Good afternoon. I would like to, first of all, give thanks to Jose Quesada, FELA de Universidad de La Paz, and the colleagues of the OAS for this kind invitation and the trust that you're placing in me today to share this presentation. And I would like to congratulate Panama through all the related entities and the exclusion from the gray list last October 2023. I would like to share that currently I am working as a compliance officer in Mexico, the largest bank in Mexico that provide banking service to 1/5 of the population of Mexico. Previously, in the FIU as a director of international regulatory affairs and co-chair of this group of FATF, I had the great honor and responsibility to follow up all countries that were listed in Latin America. And that's the case of Panama. I had to do that for 2 years and a half when I was working at the UIF to follow up in all authorities in Panama in order for them to leave this gray list. There were some issues, and I would like to share and acknowledge the effort of Panama to exit this gray list. It was achieved throughout the years, but it's important to mention that there was a pandemic, legislative processes, but it couldn't be possible without the compliance of the related entities of financial institutions and the vulnerable activities. So my congratulations and acknowledgement to the country and of course its authorities and related entities. So today I would like to share with all of you
apuntarlo para acá. No me hace caso. Listo. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Quisiera compartir con ustedes.
I would like to share with all of you a comprehensive overview on how it's called in other countries. As you know, in Mexico, we were assessed in 4 occasions: in 2000, 2004, 2008, and the last one was in 2017. We are going through an intensified process, and the delegation of FATF have sent the requested documents to solve those areas of opportunities and we will talk about this. But in Mexico, we had a great progress to exit this process. So the recommendation 24 and 25 that indirectly impact on recommendation 10 in the 22 that is referring to activities, financial activities non-designated that are applicable to recommendation 24 and 25. So what do we mean by beneficial owner? It expresses that we are going to understand by beneficial owner the legal entities that will control or have a customer, because it's different, the possession, than executing the control. It doesn't have, it could be through the structure or the decision making to a customer or individual where a transaction is executed or any legal structure. In 2017, when we were assessed in Mexico, we had some important deficiencies of those recommendations, and we have been trying throughout the years to solve this issue, but we haven't been able to achieve the required rating according to recommendation 24 and 25. But I would like to share with you our results. The established obligations within those recommendations 24 and 25, they obligate the country to identify the beneficial owner, to provide access to the authorities to this information, and it requires a register, a public registry or hybrid registry of beneficial owners. The information of beneficial owners should be precise and updated. It has to be consistent within all the information that is provided by different authorities, and that there are penalties in case the previous point is not accomplished or fulfilled. And throughout the international cooperation, we can achieve effective results. These recommendations, as you know, are addressed to the countries, authorities involved in the anti-money laundering regime, authorities, and non-financial reforming institutions, and throughout different organizations that strengthen this obligation to identify the beneficial owner. There is some information not only in the financial world, but the identification of the beneficial owner should be at an organization level. And we can mention the oil sector. And from a few years ago, it considers this point of identifying the beneficial owner relevant for this market. Since 2016, every year we have been able to renew the principles of the information of the beneficial owner, and we can offer you a long list of international organizations, but our recommendation always will be recommendations 24 and 25. And what does it represent? To build up a registry of beneficial owners. I know that Panama did it pretty well, but in Mexico, we're a country with a lot of inhabitants, a lot of legal and individual persons. So this challenge is much bigger. So throughout the leadership of the FIU, we have made an effort to collect this record. We have identified that we need information not only from the authorities involved, but from some additional authorities that are not even related to this topic. These registry systems that we have initially mapped, we have around 80 databases that the information contained within those databases can help us to build up this sole registry of beneficial owners. But this information is in 4 different institutions of the state. And let me just mention you some of them. The system of control and transparency, also the sole registry of suppliers and contractors, the system of this economy system that it's not even involved the anti-money laundering topics, but is including the information of different companies in Mexico. So some of the information that is with some institution is not with others. That's why we cannot comply to provide all those details. We do have other authorities that are not directly linked with the anti-money laundering regime. In this sense, whenever we're talking about beneficial owners and the cases that we had of corruption, it's important to pay attention in the behavior of public servants through those who have been previously sanctioned. Also, the record of the suppliers that already have received some sanctions. What are the institutional efforts that we have been able to conduct in Mexico? We have gathered in work groups authorities of the anti-money laundering regime and some others, and we consider that the information contained within the registry can be very useful for the elaboration of this record of beneficial owners. We have a list and also the National Institute of INESHI, the WIPES, that we were talking about WIPES yesterday, about the importance that of the WIPES in Mexico that are FIUs. It's not an FIU of Mexico, but we have 30 WIPES in Mexico. Obviously, their databases and records in this WIPES will be very valuable for this public registry. We do have a long list of participants in this working groups for the exchange of information between authorities. We do require collaboration, conventions, and political will. And we are progressing not in the speed that we would like and not according to the international standards. But we're doing things well in Mexico. Yesterday we were talking about WIPES. It is important the information that is contained within its database. We previously were able to identify several challenges. First, technological challenges. In Mexico, different secretariat has their own autonomy. Therefore, whenever we contacted each one of them, we found out that their databases it's not possible to export them or to harmonize them. So we started facing technological challenges that cannot be solved overnight. We're working on them, and we have regulation challenges. The international standards indicate that it refers to the beneficial owner and recommendation 24, 25, and 10. In Mexico, we have it in the financial system. In Mexico, the vulnerable activities, we identify them as controlled beneficial. So we don't call them beneficial owner. In order to synchronize this information, we will have to regulate all the financial regulations. So obviously, that's a really bad news. And the good thing is that the content of the concept of the real owner and beneficial owner complies with the international standard. So it is a challenge that have been faced by the authorities in Mexico. We hope that this year, probably next year, we might have the public registry of beneficial owners. We are requesting technical assistance to the Inter-American Bank and to the Monetary Fund, as we did years ago, in order to obtain our first risk assessment, as we did in 2016. So based on the last recommendations that we had from GAF in 2017, when we were assessed based on these results, we have defined actions to define this international and to achieve or to comply with these international standards. We also were able to improve as compared to when we were evaluated in 2008. That was our third occasion. We have been able to do a lot from 2008. That was a long period of time, but we were able to create the most ambitious reform for the anti-money laundering regime. There was a higher degree of effectiveness in financial intelligence and some authorities, but according to we still need a regulation and supervision in Mexico. Whenever we're talking about the financial system that is well regulated and it has a supervision based on risk, we are talking about no more than 5,000 reporting institutions. Actually, Mexico was the first country in 2018 to publish the fintech law and some other sectors as traditional sectors, as remittances, agencies, and some others. And we're talking about no more than 5,000 reporting institutions. But then whenever we analyze them, we're talking 106,000 reporting institutions. And 5 activities and no financial activities are defined. But we have to remember that the international standard is the starting point. Therefore, Mexico, in the anti-laundering law that regulates this APNFD, established 16. Therefore, we're facing the challenge of regulating 106,000 non-financial reporting institutions. That's why there are still some areas of opportunity from that recommendation. The number 23 is the only one that we have as a non-compliant, and we are waiting for the modification of the anti-laundering law so we can comply with these recommendations. This is what we had in 2017. We were not doing great in that assessment. We had only 5 as complied, 16 more or less complied, and 1 as not complied. Throughout these years, within this follow-up process, we had to send annually this report through our FIU, and they share the methodology of FATF, and the country has the possibility to request reassessments of those ratings that were partially complied or not complied. We have requested more than 8 re-ratings. Nowadays, we have a different overview from what we had in 2017. We were able to comply with 10, 5 partially complied, and the only one that we have of the NFRI as non-complied. So what happened with this compliance? Most of them, they obey to the NFRI. They are regulated on the prevention of illicit funds. But this law started in 2013. It's a law that requires modifications in order to comply with the current standard. This anti-money laundering law that regulates 16 NFRI in Mexico, it has a regime as compared to the financial system that we have in Mexico. Therefore, in 2019, the FIU in Mexico worked to modify this anti-money laundering law. But there was a pandemic and some other processes that intervene in our process. However, this modification of this anti-money laundering law, it's a need that we have to comply with, and this sector of activities, non-designated activities, can be properly regulated, and through the regulation of controls, processes, and criteria can mitigate the risk of the vulnerable activities. So what is this proposal trying to achieve? The anti-money laundering law is only a law, but we need to do something against the terrorism financing. And also, we need to have an adequate risk approach that will allow us to identify, assess, understand, and mitigate risk as established in Recommendation 1 of FATF, and the topic that we're talking about, to identify the beneficial owner in the activities of non-designated activities, to send the report of suspicious activities, we call them notice, to also include NGOs, to provide training programs and other things. This recommendation seems to be very easy to follow, but in some way they pretend to balance the financial system that we have in Mexico and vulnerable activities. But this proposal is still pending. We need all the legislative process to pass before the 5th round of FATF. But these are the efforts, the institutional efforts at a national level that we conducted in Mexico throughout these years that allow us to comply with these international standards. Thank you very much.
Bueno, y de México pasamos.
And from Mexico, we will turn to the experience of the Dominican Republic. Insurance. Challenges of the prevention of money laundering in the industry of insurance in LATAM, regulation and best practices. Angelo Rijo, the Dominican Republic, Executive Director, FELADE, Dominican Republic.
Bueno, muy buen.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all,
a Dios por la oportunidad y segundo al Señor.
I want to thank God for this opportunity, then Mr. Jose Quesada for making this event possible. I'm very happy. It's my first time to be here in Panama, and what I've seen so far is that there is a lot of human warmth, a lot of food, and a lot of climate and temperature that is very similar to the Dominican Republic. So I feel like as if I were at home. I am here with the goal and the mission of speaking to you about a sector that historically has been very underestimated in terms of its risk for money laundering. Many actors in this sector believe that it's a sector that does not do any money laundering, or they will even say it is impossible to launder money. And so I want to eliminate a few myths related to the insurance sector. First of all, I want to ask those of you who are here today, raise your hand if you work or have worked or have supported an insurance provider or broker. All right, there's a few of you. Perfect. So before anything else, I want to start by talking a bit about statistics in the DR and in the region. In the DR, we have 33 insurance companies, 12 reinsurance companies, and about 1,000 brokers. In Panama, there are 22 insurance companies, 3 reinsurance companies, and about 3,000 brokers. 2,800 of them as far as I could tell from the Superintendency of Insurance here in Panama, about 2,000 of them are individual persons, and the rest are companies. The insurance companies have a penetration of over 8%. And when we say that, that means what the insurance activity represents in relation to the GDP. So you take all of the monthly insurance payments, divide it by the GDP, and you get that number. In the DR, we have one of the lowest in the region. It's only 1.8%. So we have a significant challenge to deal with there, actually. In Puerto Rico, which is a very small country compared to the DR or Panama, they have a 16%. They only have 11 insurance companies. So you ask yourself, why? Why would a country like Puerto Rico have such a high penetration, almost 8 times what Panama's is? And there's a logical explanation for this. The insurance sector in Puerto Rico plays a very important role in the healthcare system and the health of Puerto Rico. In the DR, we have 1.8%. Here in Panama, 2.8%. And in Puerto Rico, 16%. So what are the stakeholders in the insurance industry that really have risk or are vulnerable to money laundering? In the insurance sector, we have insurance companies, we have these reinsurance companies, we have brokers, we have agents, we have the adjustment companies who deal with making adjustments, loss adjustments, etc. So what are the stakeholders in the insurance company environment that are really vulnerable? First, we have the insurance companies. In Panama, we have 22. In Puerto Rico, there are only 11. In the DR, multiple. And this is the company that holds the risk. If you're going to insure your home, they take on the risk of a fire. If you want to insure your health or your life or your automobile, it's the same. It's a company that, as they say, takes on risk on behalf of individuals or companies. We also have the reinsurers, which essentially insures an insurance company. Just as an insurance company offers you insurance, the reinsurance company will offer insurance to the insurance company. And we're going to see some of the challenges for those companies here. There are two characters that we have here. We have brokers. And in the DR, we have a very interesting conversation about brokers. I understand that in other countries this is the case as well. Brokers say, hey, why are you getting me into this whole thing as a reporting entity? I'm just an intermediary. What does a broker do? They're an intermediary. I want insurance for my vehicle. Instead of going to the insurance company, I go to a broker and they do the paperwork. Intermediary. They explain to us how it works. And they don't understand why they are a reporting institution. They have the same level of responsibility as an insurance company or a stock exchange. They need to have a compliance program based on their own complexity. But the reason is because the broker is the person that captures the customer. It's not the insurance company, it's the broker. And the due diligence needs to be done by that person who sees the customer. So we have insurance companies, reinsurance companies, and then we have brokers. There's another really important entity in this field, which is called sales agent. I see this in Panama here as I was looking at the regulator here in Panama. The sales agent is a salesperson who is exclusive to one insurance company. And a sales agent sells insurance the same as a broker. The broker is a regulated entity or reporting entity, and the sales agent is not. So if I get my insurance with a sales agent, then the reporting institution is the insurance company, not the salesperson. So again, we have insurance companies, reinsurance companies, brokers. Those are three actors that have the highest risk in money laundering in the insurance field. So let's look into this a bit deeper. The money laundering risk in the insurance sector is very closely related to the product that the company sells. Here in Panama, if you buy a car, you are required to have a car. I think the term they use is SOWAT. It's a type of insurance. And in the DR, they call it a mandatory insurance. There are companies that are experts in that insurance, and that's the only insurance that they sell. So the regulator shouldn't measure, using the same measuring stick, an insurance provider that only provides one product versus another who sells all these different kinds of insurance, including life. You'll think about that. So they can't be measured, or they shouldn't be measured with the same measuring stick, because the risk is different. Now, I'm not saying that they're no longer a reporting institution because of that, but if they have less risk, their burden should be lower. An insurance company that only sells health insurance, for example, has less risk than a company that sells life with savings or terminal life insurance. Okay, so as the DR, we say in the DR, we have reached the critical point here, and there's a fun DR phrase that we can use for that, but it won't translate. So recently, I was talking to a member who asked me, Angelo, everything that you're saying here sounds great, but I still don't understand. Where is the risk of money laundering as an insurer? So he gives me an example. Here, I sell life insurance. Let's imagine I pay a monthly payment of $500. The monthly payment for the insurance is $500. So I'm paying that premium of $500, and it's not a lot of money. Okay, but the thing is that what you're looking at is the premium as the risk, but that's not the risk. The risk is in the payment, the insurance payment. And I want you to have that concept for you there. We're going to use the compensation, that word a lot. Indemnization or indemnity or compensation. You pay $1,000 a year. That's not a lot of money, but then you die. How much is your beneficiary going to get? Millions, right? So the risk of money laundering here in the insurance sector is not with the premium, it is rather with the compensation. The FATF in recommendation 10 for due diligence says that the final beneficiary of a life insurance plan with a savings plan is subject to amplified due diligence. And they don't talk about vehicles. They don't talk about property insurance. They talk about life insurance with an investment plan or a savings plan. And we're going to talk about indemnification or compensation frequently. What do you receive when the insurance plan is paid out? So life insurance with savings or investment. This is the perfect vehicle. Life insurance with savings or an investment is the perfect vehicle for a drug trafficker to launder money through the insurance sector. And I'm going to explain this with a very illustrative example, something that's very simple and easy to understand. Let's assume that Angelo is a drug trafficker. He's got this big bag of money, which he received from a precedent crime. Angelo wants to launder his money through an insurance company. So he goes to an insurance company. They're experts in this kind of insurance, and he gets life insurance with savings. This is the only product in insurance that has a purely financial aspect to it. We'll take your money and you're saving little by little, and after some time you can take your money out. So let's go back to our example. I have my big bag of money. I'm not going to take that big bag of cash in there because people will think, oh, that's strange. Instead, I will do that little by little smurfing. I come in 1 month, I take in this much. Next month, I put in a little bit more until I've deposited it all. After a certain amount of time, I will request my investment back, my savings back, and they will return it with interest. And will they give it to me in cash? No, they'll give it to me in a check or a transfer. Now I have a check or a bank transfer from a company that is legally established. Now, that is why FATF does not talk about vehicle insurance, property insurance, health insurance. It talks about life insurance with savings or investment. Recommendation 10 of the FATF for due diligence is that beneficial owners of these insurance products should always be subject to broadened or increased due diligence. Now, while it is true that the FATF doesn't talk about vehicles and property, life insurance with a savings plan is not the only way that money can be laundered through an insurance company. Fraud. Insurance fraud. That is the day-to-day experience of an insurance company, right? Between asset laundering and fraud, there's a very close line. And I was a compliance officer at an insurance company in the DR a few years back. I remember that together with the Department of Fraud, we detected a network that worked on taking vehicles from Miami that they bought cheaply in Miami. They brought them to the DR, they painted them and everything, they insured them, and then what would they do? They'd blow them up. They'd crash them. Total loss. You'd say, Angelo, but that's fraud. Yeah, it is fraud. But it's also money laundering. You don't know if the money that they used to acquire that vehicle was clean money or dirty money. They were crashing these cars so that the insurance company would have to give them a compensation. In the DR, and maybe this happens here, we have seen cases of industrial trucks that have been burned down, or luxury homes that have been burned down. And as these cases are being investigated, you can find that it was intentional arson. That's fraud. It is. But what we don't know is if they're trying to legitimize funds. They bought a house and they're trying to receive compensation because the house was bought with dirty money. So when we talk about fraud, this can also be fraud, money laundering. In the DR, some consultants and experts do believe that insurance fraud should be considered a precedent crime because it could be considered money laundering. In insurance, there are a lot of red flags. There are a lot of alerts. And there's one that I particularly love because it shows up frequently. It's called constant moves or constant changes in beneficial owner. So I have life insurance, and the compliance officer notices that Angelo is changing his beneficiary constantly. He puts his mother on there, then his wife, then his kids, then his uncle, then a friend, then a dog. That frequent change in a life insurance policy, a personal life insurance policy, should be a red flag in an insurance company. In the 90s, in Colombia, there was a situation happening where there were networks that dedicated to recruiting homeless people. They would gather them up. They would give them a certain level of quality of life for some amount of time. They would insure them, and then they would kill them. They would kill them in order to get the compensation. Technically, they're investing in a person, their life and their health, their clothing. They would insure them, and then they would kill them. This is not happening as anymore because of all the controls that have been placed. This was happening with a network in the DR too. There was a network of international employment agencies that offered work to women to leave the country. Honest work, nannies, cleaning. And they asked them to have a life insurance policy as a guarantee that had named that agency as beneficiary. They would reach their destination, Spain, the US, and they would kill them. That is why life insurance is very risky, because there is a beneficiary, and the beneficiary is obviously not the person, the client. That for the compensation to be paid out, the client has to be dead. So I'm going to start wrapping up now with 5 important reflections that can cover what we've been talking about. Each reporting institution has its own risks. An insurance company that sells a low-risk product is very different from an insurance company that sells a high-risk product like a life insurance with savings. It's very important to know that these alerts or red flags are not necessarily something negative. Sometimes we see an alert and we get scared. But if an alert is just telling you stop and analyze, think about it. If nothing's wrong, we can continue. 3 is that fraud happens, and it is closely related to money laundering. Fraud in vehicles and properties are a constant day-to-day situation for insurance companies. Insurance companies, like banks, have fraud departments, people who are experts at detecting this. Number 4, life insurance with savings plans or investment plans are high-risk products, but they are not the only product at risk. We've talked about fraud in insurance, and we've talked about fraud in properties. Monitoring compensation. Pay attention. Any compensation, any compliance officers in insurance. If I were a compliance officer at an insurance company, for me, this would be a clear alert. If someone had a vehicle insurance and in a few years they have multiple total losses, 5 or 6, that is obviously an alert. Now, an alert doesn't mean that the client is laundering money. What it means is we need to analyze what's going on. But those payments should be always monitored. I want to close out with this phrase. The insurance sector is a low-risk sector. Of course, if we compare it with traditional sectors like banking or casinos, jewelry, it is a low-risk sector. But please do not ever say that there is no risk in the insurance sector. It is a sector that has risk, but the risk is never zero. At the beginning, someone gave me some advice, and I talked about giving someone some advice about the premium payments, and they said, "Oh, I understand the risk now." If it was zero risk, then it wouldn't be a reporting institution and it wouldn't be included in the recommendations of the FATF. So thank you very much. I'm here at your service if you have any questions.
Gracias.
Y de República Dominicana pasamos a Colombia.
From the DR, we go now to Colombia to talk about due diligence, challenges, and best practices. Due diligence, challenges and best practices in the insurance industry in LATAM, regulation and best practices. Juanita Maria Ospina, Colombia, Compliance Division Manager for Anti-Corruption in LATAM at the Risk Consulting Global Group. Good afternoon, all. What a pleasure to be here with you. I love Panama, and I love the topic that I get to talk about today, which is due diligence. This is one of those topics that everyone assumes is very simple. When you read about it, it seems simple. It's just like about following some instructions. It seems basic. But when you really get into the day-to-day process of it, you can see that it's actually quite complicated and it is constantly changing. Each case is different and it includes a ton of different activities. So the operational load for the activities is immense. And the level of responsibility that we take on when we make decisions here is enormous as well. So all of that means a significant challenge, and that's why we're going to talk about challenges and best practices. Let's start by defining here. Definitions are key, and sometimes the first mistake is not understanding due diligence. We ask a company, what's due diligence? And they say, oh, that's the know your client, or oh, that's looking up lists. Or there are cases too, and I have to recognize, I'm a criminal lawyer who's been through trauma, and so all of the cases I handled at the beginning were bad cases. So when they called me, it wasn't to tell me, oh, hey, Juanita, everything's going so well. No, people would call me to say, oh, I'm in this terrible problem. And so I can't avoid a bit of trauma there. And maybe that makes me a bit more preventative, a bit more conservative in my decision making. But with many of the cases that went poorly, they will say, did you apply due diligence? Yes, I did. I filled out paper A and paper B, and I had all this documentation. And we start to understand that we don't actually understand what due diligence is. We think it's just paperwork. But when we talk about due diligence, we're talking about a lot of different things. We're talking about policies, procedures, forms and paperwork too, but a lot of different things that support us in this dynamic. Many companies have a due diligence policy, and it's all about ideals. In this company, we value prevention and a culture of legality and careful decision making. But that's not really a process, is it? What does that mean? What do I actually do? So a policy like that sounds nice, but we don't have a process. What do I have to do? How do I have to do it? Can you define some minimum parameters for decision making? The second key of this definition is, what is due diligence for? If I don't understand the logic and I just see it as one more process, then that's all it is. I have to check this box so that tomorrow they won't say I'm non-compliant. But when we understand why, not theoretically, mitigate risks, be proactive. No. Really, this will help you know before you get into a problem how big that problem is going to be. And it helps you make decisions focused on that potential problem. Even though I might be very conservative in this sense, that doesn't mean that the solution is always, okay, well, I'm not going to take in that client. The compliance officers always get mad about this. They think, oh, we don't understand what a company is. A company has to sell. A company has to operate. The idea is just to find the best way to develop those relationships without taking on risk ourselves. And the best solution isn't to say, I'm not going to do it. Because, of course, that hurts your bottom line. There are thousands of other opportunities that can allow us to mitigate risk without just not creating that relationship. We want to be able to do it in a way that will prevent us from having issues with ML and TF and things like that. So this is the basic principle that due diligence can keep us from getting in problems. And this is just a recommendation. First of all, how can we leave evidence of our due diligence? It's not good enough to do the due diligence. We have to be able to show in the future that we did the due diligence. Sometimes they're little mistakes, but someone looks something up on the internet and then they take a screenshot of the list. And in the screenshot, you can't tell what name they were looking for, what the date was. That doesn't help. Sometimes we get all the information in an email, and people think that if there's going to be a problem, it's going to be in that week. But in real life, the problem is more likely to come in 10 years. And in 10 years, you'll say, oh, I think Juanita got that in an email. And then after Juanita, there have been 3 other people. There's no tracking of that email. Or somebody printed it out, but I can't even read it anymore. And so we don't have to just think about it. We have to make sure that we have something that we can actually use tomorrow. Next is documentation. The longest that I've ever seen is 10 years. It says keep a copy of your information at least 10 years. When you understand criminal law, you realize that there is a 20-year, actually a 20-year option. And if I threw out all of those documents after 10 years and the prosecutor comes in and they started a legal process against that person after 11 years, that's a problem. So we have to look at all of the different regulations, and if they can't sanction me because I don't have the evidence or because the regulation said 10 years, who is going to be responsible for that? 10 years may not be enough. So let's look at digitalization. Let's look at long-term storage of this important information. 3 is a risk-based focus. I participated recently in a process where they were talking about, I don't really understand what risk-based focus means, but I go to these presentations and they're always talking about risk-based focus. And they act as if it were very simple. Decisions should be related to risk, so more risk, more control. And then we talk about intense due diligence versus simplified due diligence. Okay, but what does that mean? I'm only going to focus on risk, and then the companies say, I did it because I have a simplified and a standard process and an intensified process. But that's not enough. How do I know who is simplified and who is intensified? Oh, we need some criteria for some basic scoring at the beginning to determine what kind of risk that person has, and that's how we can choose which due diligence to apply to that person. Now, here in this part, a lot of mistakes are made because we start moving towards generalization. We kind of start pointing at people. There's a reason that FATF had to change recommendation 8 for nonprofit organizations, because the recommendation said that nonprofit organizations represent more risk. So what happened? Nonprofit organizations can't operate anymore in the market because right away we assume that they are higher risk and they were just blocking them. So that's a problem too. We ourselves individually can have problems if we are denying goods and services for no reason. Oh, well, we have a recommendation. It says that they're high risk. Okay, but we have to get that on the ground. We can't say that all NPOs are potentially financing terrorism, because there's a lot of them that are operating perfectly legally in the market and they are necessary for our society. So FATF said, please, risk-based focused. So that is what we need to do, is really get our feet on the ground with this idea. Who do I relate with? What are my counterparts? What are their characteristics? What's the initial data that we have? There will be more data that you'll find throughout the relationship. Then you'll need to improve that focus. But from the beginning, what kind of analysis can I do to understand what I'm facing and what kind of process I need to apply? What can vary through that process? What are the limits in capacities, tolerance, and appetite for risk? All of that will affect my risk-based focus. Because those of us who have those previous ideas of like, oh, cash operations are high risk. Well, it turns out that I only operate in cash, and so now all my operations are high risk. Does that make sense? We have to apply it to the characteristics and the dynamics that are unique to each person. Let's look at due diligence. Some of this is good news for you. First of all, this is a means obligation, not a results obligation. What that means is that you are required to do everything that you can to achieve a result, but you are not required to achieve the result. What does that mean? If tomorrow you had a client who was a criminal, if you can show that you had done some due diligence and you have sought to avoid terrorism financing and everything, you're not going to immediately go into the jail. You are going to see, did I do everything that I could do? I'm going to go in and analyze and see if when you did your due diligence, what kind of information did you get? What kind of alerts did you see? And if you did everything that you were able to do. Now, it would be terrible if you had a bad result and you were automatically going to go to jail for that. There's a consequence, there's a fine, so you do have an obligation for means, not results.
Esto suena un poco etéreo.
Secondly, we have to implement reasonable measures. And let me share with you an experience. When the code was implemented and I was able to participate in the training, so it's kind of the equivalent of due diligence, and I was presenting a case on what would you do if you buy a used car. You will get the certificate of how many insurance it has covered, and everybody kept telling me the same thing. We did the exercise until one group spoiled the exercise because there was a person in the public and was a prosecutor. And if you have that prosecutor, we start wrongly. Because if you buy a car, the first thing that you have to do is to just set it aside, all the parts. And he was so sure about saying that because what he was going to share with us was an insurance that whenever they recovered those stolen cars, because the car was stolen, the car then belongs to the insurance company. So what happened is that they tend to sell the car to their personnel. And I knew the case because the person that was captured I was able to work for him, and he used to work in a mall. And then imagine the dogs were barking when the car was going through an inspection. And it doesn't matter how diligent I am, there will always be a possibility of risk. But imagine if for a person it's normal to assemble a car. Can you imagine that? And this is something that I would like to share with you, because sometimes we need to be aware that if we are going to proceed with an investigation, somebody can say, okay, the minimum things that you had to do was this or the other, and probably could be some ideas that we were not thinking of, because networking, all those official meetings really allow us to learn from each other and to improve these processes of due diligence. We manage a platform and we have customers that they just check the list that I provide them. Others, they will request a specific list, and that makes a difference. The first one doesn't have or doesn't know how to comply with a certain platform. The second one will know what to find and can control much better its process of due diligence. That's why this is a dynamic and changing process. I have to keep improving it. And also, it's based in regulations, where indicates me the starting point. But from there on, you have to regulate yourself. What else can I do? And my activity, if you are going to design your process only with the recommendations, then your due diligence will not be enough, because you are talking to everyone with the same concepts and level. But whenever you involve your country on access to information, for instance, the other Mireya was talking about beneficial owners. I don't know if you know, but there are countries as Ecuador that they have a public list of beneficial owners. It had several discussions and they're still debating on this list. But there is a list where everybody can check on as compared to other countries. where the private sector has no access to this database, and it's more difficult for us to find beneficial owner. This makes a difference on how I can apply this process in one country or the other. In addition to that, we're going to find that due diligence can be probably managed by third parties, and not in all cases. In this case, for financial um, entities, probably we could. So almost all the companies that have done this is to proceed with the validation and some other requirements, but at the end of the day, it should go back to the requirement, because we're talking about a topic of more responsibility that should not be delegated. The regulation in Panama indicates that we have to apply this due diligence in the companies of the same group as long as it's obligated to comply, because we can have common regulations to follow, or we could also work with the same system. And it's not about keeping 20 reports of the same product, but in case there is a variation of products, we need to have a different analysis of products. If not, it makes no sense to repeat the same dynamic. Also, we're going to be able to see that if no due diligence is complied with, then no transaction should be conducted. And I just know this case about Panama. But what I'm saying is that we need to assess if we need to proceed with that decision or not. So it will define if I can intervene with the process. So in this case, it's indicated that if you're not able to comply with the process, you cannot continue. And sometimes we are the ones that include within our process that we are going to receive information that we know that is protected by the personal data protection. And I will not be able to obtain that information, because if you include that as a requirement, because it's not coming from the law, but I was the one that decided to include that. If you are not able to receive that information, then you were not able to comply with due diligence. So whenever you design your process, you need to have a basic analysis of the market, not only in the country that you're able to operate with, but with your counterparts as well, because that can take you to design specific processes in different geographical contexts in almost all countries. If you're able to find information of processes and eventually of background, but if you include that you need to understand or get to know the background and your counterpart is from Peru, it's possible that you are denying your entry to all Peruvian market, because in Peru only the owner can agree to give you this information. Sometimes we design a process based in the regulations that we know of our specific geographical context, and in the real life we find out that we cannot do business. In Canada, they're very careful with their information. Almost all information is protected. If you ask for an ID, they are not willing to give you this information. So the problem is not from Canada, but it's our problem, because we have to understand that each country has different regulations. And there should be a balance on the decisions. It's not everything is about yes or no. Yes, it could be, but under special conditions where we can monitor, follow up, or check if we conclude with that relationship. You always need to have some clauses of safeguard to safeguard your position, because probably sometimes it could be not, you cannot justify not proceeding for in a certain transaction. So because this is the way it works in every country, you can leave from here and say Juanita kidnapped us for 30 minutes talking about due diligence, and they will receive that report, and then somebody will look, okay, Juanita has an open case. Of course, I'm talking about an alert, a red flag. That, but if it's written, it sounds as something more difficult to handle. But let's say that there is a trial and I get accused. How am I able to get out of that situation? Because we have to think that the decision can change. And when we don't want to continue, then we have to pay for a fine or provide some sort of remuneration. The basic stages or contents in all countries are basically the same. The first one is with an risk-based approach. So what we have to do first is a risk assessment to understand my market, to design all the design of document processes, etc. Once I do that, then I can continue collecting information, and it can be done through any mechanism. There are some people that are trying to look for forms on the internet. They copy and paste those forms, and I can even copy this information even without a form. It has to be a mechanism that can be adequate and applicable. It could be probably because I'm doing an update of the information that I have in the system, how I can simplify the dynamic of the market, but at least I need to have a mechanism to capture this information, and that's information that I will be assessing. What is the information requested? I will receive a minimum with name and ID number. One recommendation is, let's be aware with foreigners of national ID documents, all the names that you know of. Why? Let's say that I am a recognized criminal in Colombia. And usually in Colombia, you have to find it by an identification card. But in Panama, I have to look for a passport, and that will erase completely this information. But there are some others that can change, and it's not illegal. But in order to avoid a previous situation, so you need to include names or ID numbers for the companies, the commercial name or a regular name, or names that we know, information that can let me track the origin of the funds. Validation. We cannot trust everyone. We have to double check that information. If there is a low risk, I'm not saying that it's not going to be valid, but in case there is a high risk, is not a mechanism that will allow to provide that information. And finally, the monitoring or update of this information. Whenever we're talking about the update of the information, we have to make sure that this information was updated. And the risk analysis. Juanita, a year ago, she was not representing a risk because she was doing well, but now she has 3 months unemployed, and of course the risk of Juanita changed. If she had a low risk, now she has a different rating. So it refers, this monitoring refers to the knowledge that I have of the individual. Now, I want to share with you some general recommendations. The risk-based a risk-based approach, you need to double check that it's properly working. Secondly, beneficial owners is one of the most complex topic in all countries. We need to obtain more information. So if we are in the stock market, it's easy because that's public information. And the stock market should have all the information that you require. But if we're talking about a specific operation, probably the information of the shareholder is not public. So through mutual obligations is simpler whenever they are higher risk as a minimum of PEP with the comment that I previously made. And here, this point is very important. We need to understand the nature of individuals, legal entities, private and public sectors. I need to understand how each one works because an NGO, you can request their, let's say, your shareholder stocks, but that doesn't even exist. So sometimes those processes are not even coherent with the information that I'm requesting. To consider the transactional level and to define as detailed as possible the monitoring, it has to be coherent with the business dynamic. Sometimes the business dynamic can show a customer with a high economic activity that it's not agreeing with the information that I gather. I was talking about a small company and its transactional model was higher. We need to detect that within the framework of due diligence, because if not, then I know the third party to know if will represent a risk or not, and to control the relationship and make sure that the information is consistent. Most of the cases that have ended up in something negative and obeyed to due diligence is because they haven't done that type of analysis. I double checked that that third party was not in the list, and because I didn't see this third party on the list, I was okay. But I cannot tell, I haven't been able to check that the company was just founded and cannot validate the amount of funds that are receiving. All this is part of the knowledge, and sometimes we don't consider these points, especially in lists that are related to the United Nations list. And in Panama, we do have some lists that we can consult on the suspension and preventive freezing. Because in order to the prosecutor's office to start a process, then probably the third party disappear. In Panama, that's a good regulation because if you're able to identify someone, immediately you should start with a preventive freezing before continuing with a final measure to leave evidence. Please, I hope that you don't have to think on me when you are in a problem related to money laundering and how to validate this information and the use of new technologies, big data, and others. We have all the opportunities of the case management of the information and the processes of decision making. You already had some presentation about this. Please remember that in the regulations and money laundering and terrorism financing, there are additional regulations that are linked with this topic to avoid or to manage applied concrete cases, and as possible to at least consider certain cases. And the other ones that I just mentioned, I already talked about different recommendations. That will be all. Thank you very much. I apologize because I passed my time. Thank you.
Y para desarrollar el siguiente.
And in order to continue with the following topic, joining us will be Digna Atencio.
Digna Atencio.
Digna Atencio, Panama. Tribunal of Accounts of the Republic of Panama. Digna Atencio, Panama.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. José Quesada Felade, Universidad de La Paz, and the National Commission for Anti-Money Laundering for being part of this event. What else do we want for our coming generations but to have transparent Panama? The topic that I'm bringing and sharing with you today, who are compliance officers? Oh, okay, you better than I, you know in a daily basis more about this topic. And we want to share a presentation on how compliance is applicable in the public sector. I've been working for 25 years in the area of justice administration, and I would like also to talk about three main topics: the account jurisdiction, the compliance in the public sector, and who are here are not any Panamanians who will be voters on May 5th. Okay, thank you. Just to talk a little bit of the background of our jurisdiction, as you know that in Panama we have the division that was working with the Controller's Office of the Republic of Panama. This division was sanctioning those entities, especially the public servants that are receiving and managing public funds in our country. From the adoption of the Convention Against Corruption in Panama was the duty to establish within its legislation an independent and impartial entity that will carry out this process that have to do with the promotion of integrity, accountability, and the management of public affairs. Therefore, the government of Panama adopt the reform to the political constitution and was created this account tribunal. And in 2008 was developed the jurisdiction that is called the Prosecutor Office of Accounts that investigate and who can sanction. But what I would like to share about this jurisdiction is that it not only start the duties of the prosecutor's office, but the compliance phase is not within the jurisdiction, but another entity that is under the Ministry of Economy and Finance. This process of account start by the public ministry. Usually, an internal auditing presents a report to identify if there's or not
la civil, la penal, la administrativa y la patrimonial.
So there could be three. Some individuals, they have to cover four of them, but depending on the role that they have. Let's continue with a public servant, and the managed agent could be a person that can receive the management of the goods of the state. And whenever is received that request by the controllers to the controller office, they can conduct that auditing report. It goes to the account tribunal, and then it's sent to the general prosecutor's office. These prosecutors, they gather conviction elements to establish if there is any capital that was mismanaged and were used for a different public policy. Then they go to the account tribunal in order to define if it has to go to a trial and continues with a phase of investigation.
So after the evidentiary phase, there are 3 magistrates at the accounts tribunal that have to decide if there has been damage to national assets or capital, and if there were funds that have been set aside for something specific and were misused, then those should be replaced by the person or entity. This entity, because of a specific law, it establishes that the different parts can go to that resolution, and they can go to the Supreme Court for jurisdiction or an administrative disagreement. So there we start with this kind of asset or capital disagreement, and then we end up in the administrative court, where it's really up to the discretion of the judges. They'll have their own skills. And getting all the way to the Supreme Court in the end. With this context, we have to really wait for the process to go through to go through all of this. It takes some time, and then they can come back to the accounts tribunal. And if the decision of the accounts tribunal is confirmed, although I want to clarify here, the accounts tribunal and the Supreme Court are both constitutional tribunals. They're both created by the Constitution. So the court is actually not superior to the accounts tribunal, but the legislation decided that through its design in this jurisdiction, that process could be taken in appeal to the Supreme Court. Okay, so let's go back to the main topic. Once that response comes back, a judge will start the process of executing or implementing the resolution. So investigation happens with the prosecutor for accounts. Then there's the tribunal for accounts, which decides if there has been patrimonial injury, and that is handled by the DGI. And then in 2009 to 2024, as you can see, the result of all of these different processes allow us to sanction $214,565,062.74. These are the total sentences. The sentences are charges that we have been able to find since the existence of the tribunal. So, managing agents have not administered our public goods well, as we can see. 214 million. But there are also individuals, whether legal or natural persons, that when there's going to be a tender process, there's someone who might say, oh, I'm going through this tender process for a contract. I get the contract with the state. I'm going to build something. And then in the end, we always find some sort of issue. If the compliance bond occurred, if the project was actually completed. This happens in Latin America, Panama, and throughout the world. So our jurisdiction is to return those funds to the state. Because in the end, those are taxes that you and I are paying. Our money is being administered by the state, and everything that's lost through this misbehavior of public funds, it really represents a personal loss for each one of us. So why do I talk about compliance in the public sector? You can say, well, there are already government controls that are established that tell people how they should manage and administer public goods and public capital. But wherever there are humans, there will be errors. So with that in mind, we need to kind of do an introspective here and see if we are doing things properly. That's why we say the responsibility for administration and integrity is so important. Talking about compliance in the public sector is also important in the SDGs when we talk about solid institutions in SDG 16. We need to have impartial institutions that manage our funds properly, because that is part of rule of law in a democratic state. Having rule of law in a democratic state means that we need to have different institutions that manage resources properly. So talking about compliance in the public sector is important. It contributes to improving services provided to citizens. That's number one. Public policy, education, protection for citizens, generating employment. Those are the services that the state provides to citizens. It minimizes loss of income. This is important. We are seeking to do exactly that, recover state funds as much as possible. If we are able to establish that an individual managed funds incorrectly, then they need to respond with their own capital. And we can also have criminal applications at some times in order to make sure that these results happen properly. Guarantee effective law enforcement. If we want a culture of legality, we need this. Of course, the public sector is responsible for transparency and has ethics codes and conduct codes and best practices, but we are still seeing things go out the back door. And this has to do with public administration. In the end, a public servant is an administrator of what, I'll say we are given and how we manage it before society. So protecting the security of our citizens is also very important for this. The UN Anti-Corruption Convention requires that the member states apply efficient and effective systems for risk management and internal control as a measure to promote transparency and require accountability in public management. We have a control organization already, which is the Comptroller's Office. And based on the audits, if they determine that there is a possibility, and I would say here too, remember, the audit does not prove that there was an asset injury, but rather it will give us a specific number about the funds that have been misused, and it will give us a name of a person who was related to these funds. The OECD has been mentioned throughout these recent days, and the OECD also mentions the importance of compliance in the public sector. Just have 3 fragments from their documentation, which is encourage a culture of transparency where ethical dilemmas and integrity concerns in the public sector can be openly discussed, and when relevant, representatives and others can be made available to offer training and resolve problems that occur. I'm sure that compliance officers feel like this is related to what you do because it is cross-cutting. A company has the same kind of concept. A company has a reputation. A company needs to generate empathy. These are processes. This is why we have processes like reporting channels to report about what's going on and make adjustments when necessary. The same thing happens in the public sector, and it's important to consider these regulations and guidelines to take them into practice. I asked you how many of you are voters because on May 5th in Panama, we have a significant responsibility. We will be electing 701 representatives, local representatives. These local representatives are the ones who are really mediating with the community. These local governments, 701 sub-city organizations, have on average more than $700,000 that they manage. And the process for administrating these funds has caused a lot of cases. 71 different files examining the work done by these local government organizations. And the auditing process found that there was not enough documentation, and it was difficult to determine if there was a pattern of behavior that could show that the funds had been properly used. And that is our tax money. Anybody who pays tax in Panama. Where did that money end up? We as voters have a responsibility to choose our local authorities. In this research and investigation, we have done interviews with people in the communities, and they said that they do receive community help, or there is support for sports teams in those local areas. There are some people who do cleaning in the community, and when you interview them, they say, oh, there's a check here in your name. And they will say, yes, I received that check because a lady said they were paying her $100 a month to sweep up in the community. And I asked her, why don't you have a contract with your local government? Who hired you? She said the representative hired me. Okay, but why don't you have a contract? Oh, well, we had a notebook. And they tell the prosecutor, she tells the prosecutor, we went in every day and we signed in that we went to work. But now nobody can find that notebook. As we say in Panama, these women, we call them ants because they clean up. 10 of them came in to testify. One of them had received a check for $7,000. And these 10 women said, we work hard cleaning up the streets under the sun, on the rain. And the $7,000 that they gave her was because the representative said that they wanted to change, was to pay her everything that we were owed for 3 months. And when we prorated it, we saw that that was in fact the case. So there was no internal control of how these women were hired, but there were photos, because with technology nowadays, anybody can take a photo. And they had photos of the work that they did in their communities. So there is a report in the audit that says Ms. Ana Maria Rodriguez received $7,000, and we have not been able to find any justification for this payment. So she should respond for those funds that do not appear. But Ms. Ana Maria Rodriguez, with the 9 other aunt women, brought in these photos. They made legal declarations, and they were able to show that that check had been cashed, and they shared the check between all of them because they had not been paid for 3 months. So we did not include that amount because there were other relevant expenses there. There was another man that we talked to who said, well, the representative paid me because I was working at a friend's farm of his. So the salary paid to that man cannot be included. It can't be charged to him because he did that work and he was paid for that work. But we can charge this to the representative and to the treasurer. So there are many cases. It's 71 different local governments that were audited and found to have these irregularities. Administering hundreds of thousands of dollars is not about emotions. Oh, you know, he's an important person in the community. We love him a lot. Oh, he's the president of the parents club. He's done a lot of work for the school. No, when we make decisions about who's going to administer our funds, we need to be aware of who we're putting in those positions. Another important thing with these local governments is that they also made reassignments of funds from other entities to these local governments, and there was no control or regulation of this process. So you look through an auditing process where the comptroller's office says, since you don't have the relevant documents, our scope was limited to determining a pattern of behavior in terms of assignment and utilization and behavior of these funds, goods, or values. So who's the authority that's regulating us? Who is handling those hundreds of thousands of dollars? 71 local governments who will be elected on May 5th. So Ana Maria Rodriguez, with her 10 colleagues, these were women that worked hard. There are sports representatives who were able to take photos and show that they spent money to put together sports leagues. And they were able to teach values and discipline, and the kids got some trophies. In one of those cases, one of the people who spoke and declared said, we did a community audit. We did public shows. We put on televisions. We did all of this for the kids. And I said, okay, but I don't see this in the file. But I can see that there's a website. Follow us on Facebook. Follow us on Instagram. And when we get into the Facebook or the Instagram, there it is. There's people watching shows. There's kids dancing. We were able to see everything that had happened and the construction that they had done in the area. There were 100 people that were brought in to speak, and every one of them shared about what they had done. And in the Facebook photos, we could see everything clearly documented with images. But there's no notebook that will tell us how exactly the process of administration of these goods was carried out. So in some of these cases, there are several cases where we do see that there is absolutely no way to explain the expenses. However, there are other cases where we're able to find proof. And we said anything that's not violating human rights can be brought in as evidence. And many types of evidence were brought in, and we were able to see that the work was done in the community, that improvements were done for those communities. And so we absolutely cannot call it capital irresponsibility. So I just wanted to offer these reflections for you so that we understand that it is necessary as a state and as justice administrators and as public servants that we understand the needs for compliance in the public sector, which is regulated by these entities. And we need to make sure that this is happening internally within the state. These regular review processes, as we said, do we really have an ethics code? Do we really have a code of conduct? Integrity. Are we training on integrity? But generating a culture of legality is not just getting a certificate. We have to live it. We have to create it. We have to internalize it. So with that, I would like to conclude my intervention, and thank you very much for your attention.
Bueno, y nosotros vamos a marcar.
With that, we will take a break to change the format of our stage. We would like to invite you out to the exhibition space for some networking and a coffee break, 15 minutes, and we'll be back. economies, multi-dimensional focuses. To participate, you can put your business card or a piece of paper with your name and email address over here with Karen Acosta from the university. We will do the drawing in person after our next presentations. Just place your business card or a piece of paper with your name and email in the basket, and we will do the drawing later. Everyone can participate. Speakers as well.
Y vamos a compartir con ustedes en pantalla.
We're going to share with you now on the screen our agenda for our next event, where we will see you soon.
Así es.
That's right, the World Compliance Forum in Cancun. So save the date. I would like to reiterate from the University de La Paz, we are going to be giving away a copy of this book, Multidimensional Approaches to Organized Crime. To participate, you can just put your business card or your name and email address into the basket. Karen Acosta will be receiving that information. It will be through an in-person drawing, and everyone can participate.
Que a partir
We would also like to remind you that after the 22nd of April, the information, all the content, all the presentations will be available on the World Compliance Forum website at worldcomplianceforum.com. After that date, we will also be sending the participation diplomas, the 22nd of April.
Y gracias a producción vamos a
Thanks to the production team, we will be sharing with you once again a promotion for our next event, which will be held in Cancun, Mexico. Go right ahead.
Ya lo saben, reserven la fecha del 20.
So save the date, the 20th to the 21st of November. We will see you once again at our next edition of the World Compliance Forum.
Vamos a obsequiar entonces.
We are now going to hold our drawing. Karen Acosta, representation of the Universidad para la Paz, will join us on the stage for this drawing.
Te esperamos acá en el escenario para entonces
We will be expecting you up here on the stage to hold the drawing and give away this book.
Te esperamos acá y si están a tiempo que nos lo.
If anyone else would like to participate, they can bring their business card up front to get it included before the drawing, but we do need to continue on with our agenda. We're going to give you 30 seconds to bring your business card or the paper up to the stage if you would like to participate. 30 seconds. We need an innocent person, someone who's not participating, to draw.
No, bueno, gracias a quienes.
So for those who came to the stand, we want to thank you for coming to talk to us. We're very happy to participate in this very important event. We're outside. If you have any questions about our programs, we'll be there throughout the afternoon. Are we ready? Transparency is very important.
Lucas de León. Gracias por poner también.
Thank you for providing your data. We will send you an email when the book is available on the university website. Congratulations. We will pick back up with our next conference presenter. We'll be hearing from Juan Jose Vasquez and his colleague on the next topic, Artificial Intelligence for Predicting and Detecting Fraud, the Power of Analytics to Prevent Dishonesty. Marta David from Colombia, partner at No Fraud. Juan Jose Vasquez, legal aid at Universidad para la Paz.
Hola.
Hello, how are you? Did you get a good break? We're almost done. I want to invite you to stay because the best is yet to come, as my friend in Chicago says. Thank you very much to Falade and University Universidad de La Paz for being here with us. We are here sharing best practices and having fun as we do. It's a real pleasure, but humbly, I'm so proud to be here because we can see the credibility here. I'm here with Juan Jose, and we decided that I'm going to start, and then he's going to really double down at the end with something very important for you. Many of you already know a little bit about what I do. I work in technology kind of accidentally on purpose. The universe always works in our favor. And I got certified in several different certifications, including with the Institute of McAfee. And I'm now in AI, and I want you to be clear that I know absolutely nothing about AI. I don't want you to ask me about algorithms or anything like that, just the basics. What I do know is that AI is the magic that we have been waiting for. And I also found that what's going to help us to understand human behavior. We always talk about transactions, we talk about high-risk transactions, but there are situations that happen right under your nose, and you don't even know they're happening. I want to leave with you here a conversation between two onboarding analysts. We know what onboarding is, right? That's kind of the first due diligence step. And one says to the other, I hope you don't tell anyone. You would get me in trouble. Don't tell anyone that I didn't look at the SARLAFT. I just made sure the document was signed and that it had a print on it. Delete this message. That can happen right there where you are. Don't tell me no. The other thing is not knowing how to see it. Or we have two bank directors. Who here works at a bank? Two bank directors were talking, and Pedro calls to Paula and he says, hey, there are these guys that need to launder some money. We bring in 2.5 and we get 17. It's a pyramid. And she says, all right, let's do it. When are we going to talk about it? And he says, we'll talk on Zoom on Saturday. And you know the worst part about this? What would you do if you find out that this conversation is happening in your bank? Who can tell me? What would you do? A compliance officer. You find out this is happening. What do you do? Nothing? The compliance officer at that bank also did nothing. Nothing. And you know why? Because he said, nothing's happened yet. They're having a conversation. And I call the president of the bank and I say, Pedro, if you don't do a suspicious transaction report, I'm going to do it. He said, don't worry, Marta. You'll have it in 20 minutes. Fraud and corruption happen this way. At this time, I have not met a single perpetrator that texts me, hello, Marta David, I would like to do some fraud with you. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go through the fraud tree and we're going to choose an appropriate typology. Come on, that doesn't happen. Fraud is committed secretly. Abuse, all of these compliance problems happen this way. And I want you to understand that ethics are really gray. How honest are we really? I can start with myself because we start with the mirror. Who here has cheated at Monopoly? Who here cheated in school when there was some topic that you weren't good at, like algebra? Harder one. Who has been unfaithful to their partner? I was unfaithful. But let's think about ethics and the ethics code. We're so proud of ourselves because we're able to put together this ethics code, and we don't pay any attention to the red lights that are popping up all over the place, but we're so ethical. Ethics is about our human behavior, not an ethics code, but how we behave out on the street. Do we obey the stop signs? So behavior is about, so this is about human behavior, and I want you to consider this concept of the fraud triangle. It includes motivation, rationalization, and opportunities. And that is individual. It's individual because it's really about your own perspective. We have to learn, and there's a rule called propensity to fraud, the 10-8-10. 10% of people are 100% ethical. They would never do something unethical. That's not me. The 10% on the other side are people that are always looking to cause problems. These are scammers. These are people who, do the dirty work. And then in the middle, there's 80%. Maybe I haven't committed fraud yet, but there's this song in Spanish that says, "Who knows what's coming tomorrow?" And I haven't been through that crisis yet. COVID uncovered the true crisis of ethics, because when you didn't have a way to pay for your kids' school, to pay for your home, to pay for your car, to buy vegetables, what happened? Fraud. And as compliance officials, just all of you sitting down here, people who came to these kinds of conferences to talk about ethics, we're the same people that committed that fraud. 90% of people have some ethics problem. We are all vulnerable to ethics. We are all fragile, and we need to understand that today. Additionally, we need to add to this impulsivity, anonymity, capacity issues, egocentrism. We see people in companies now doing unethical acts because I am the best employee here. You want me to get sales up for you? You want me to get this company in the top 10 of the best companies in Latin America? Then you can't tell me what to do. You can't bother me. Let me make it happen. But I don't want some audit. I don't want some compliance officer talking to me. You might say, is that really happening? It happens. Many times the motivation of getting a company into the top 10 completely dissolves our controls. Another issue is culture and society. It's not the same to work in Denmark as it is to work in Colombia or Guatemala or in the Republic of the Congo. I have a client that at one time they had an alert where they were paying the transit authority bribes to free up some trucks so that they could deliver refrigerators. And we thought, this is a bribe. You're paying them. And he says, but if I don't pay them that, then they won't let my trucks go. The trucks will be there for 3 months. And while they take 3 months to just renew my license plate. If I don't pay this bribe, then I will lose 3 months of work for these trucks. So those are different kinds of situations. We have to understand there is a risk here that we haven't understood, a risk that is painful to understand. What is the biggest risk that an organization has? Legal, commercial? Who can say something? Marketing, is that the biggest risk? People. The biggest risk in an organization is us. Don't tell me nonsense like legal risk, marketing, technology. No, it is us. Every time that we step in that door, we are generating a risk for the company. We just haven't realized it yet. The Department of Justice in the United States said one day, "Oh, human risk isn't being included in the risk matrix." I didn't realize that. Compliance officers, U.S. compliance officers, please include human risk in your risk matrix. And you know, when in the U.S. sneezes, we have to blow our nose down here. So conclusion number 1, human risk should be included. This is an alert that we see frequently, where a purchasing officer or a purchasing director says to a potential provider, "Juan, if you want to be a provider, you have to pay me 10% of what the company pays you. Include that in your initial proposal so you don't lose." What's that? What do we call that? That's corruption. Does the word corruption appear here? No. And what is the hardest part of understanding dishonest behavior? Who can tell me? What's the hardest part for us in understanding these kinds of behaviors? We don't think that this happens in my company. There's irrational ignorance. We think that fraud and corruption happen to our neighbors, not to us. A lot of companies have told me that, "Ms. Martha, that doesn't happen here." And they're building buildings and highways with tons of different third parties, but they say, "No, we don't have any fraud here. You're wrong." The problem here with the difficulty in understanding it is that we think that everything happens to someone else. Fraud happens somewhere else. And human beings are perfect. When we hire a person, we bring them in to work for 8 or 10 hours, and we forget that that human being has an emotional load, historical load, problems in their life. And they're just coming here to work. As long as they're on their computer and they're working, I don't care what they do in their own life.
And it turns out that the person is assuming more risk than what we expected. So let's not talk about AI, because today we were reviewing it, but basically is to provide instructions to a machine through a software and indicate to do this A, B, C, and D. And when that occurs, you will tell me what you can find. So working with machine learning saved me time, space. I can analyze an array of data. And nowadays, auditors are out, because nowadays you can do auditing of all the universe of data. But what I find more fascinating is that I can apply it to the whole company. And what we learned yesterday in the last session is that it doesn't have any bias. And we cannot think that we can see that human beings are very vulnerable and fragile. And for me, a dishonest act, probably it's not so. But the machine can tell me yes or no. And it's even helping us to create some tasks to prevent and detect those dishonest acts, even predicting them. And auditing will reduce your functions because now we're capable to predict when a person will commit a dishonest act. For instance, the purchasing officer. Do I have to wait for the payment of the 10% of the bribe? No, because if I know that that person requested it, I don't have to wait until it's paid. With AI, I can predict fraud, profile employees, solve those frauds, and even reduce the investigation timelines. I love it because I can diagnose risk. I'm always thinking that whenever you have AI working for the companies, it's as opening Pandora's box. And you can see the vulnerability of the companies, the internal controls that you never expected that could be overseen, all the problems with compliance, even the hostile labor environment where there are situations of harassment that it's extremely bad for an organization. Basically, in a process of machine learning, we can create a model by providing instruction to that machine with the data that we have. Usually, the structured data that we can obtain is what we usually tend to use because we can follow the patterns of behavior of AML. But there are some others that can provide much information and can be more helpful. So using the instruction of machine learning and teaching the machine to process information, we can create a methodology that can help us to understand the behavior of people. In fact, today we were discussing about a predictive analytics, and this is something much more advanced where we can use something that is called human behavior analytics that is analyzing the human behavior through semantic data. So what you are currently doing with transactions is to analyze just a piece of the information that you are producing. Usually it's 25% of the transactions that are provided by an organization. So usually no one is manipulating that information. And within those models, we have to develop them in the organizations because if you are just here to create transactional models, you're setting aside the informative richness of this semantic data and communication that represents 75% of what is produced in an organization. And here I want to refer to something that I learned 15 days ago with a colleague from the UK, Ben Apaneo. He created the decision-making studio. It's the study of decision-making. And I was able to contact him because he was talking about human behavior and he was saying that the decisions of the employees could impact the decision of the company. And I totally agree with that. And within those conversations with Ben, he showed me that human beings, we tend to take 35,000 decisions per day. Since we wake up, we start making decisions. In 16 hours that we're awake, can you imagine that we make 35,000 decisions. How many of those decisions affect the company? And there are some decisions that can create an impact in 10 days, 10 minutes, or 10 years. And those decisions are made within the organizations by our employees. So now that we were talking with Jacobo, he was sharing a protective model for the legal area. And I find it fascinating to share with you these experiences because you don't know exactly what's happening abroad. You're so busy all the time. So I'm so glad that you're here today. But sometimes you don't know what's happening abroad. There are a lot of people that already know how to do things that can tell you, oh, don't repeat that action and just come to us, as what Jacobo mentioned. So we took a machine and trained the machine to understand human behavior through different AIs as expert systems and the generation of AI. And nowadays, we can obtain a methodology where there is probably more than 100,000 expressions of dishonest behavior, where there's also the fraud tree adapted to Latin America, that it includes insults and behavior and sentimental analysis. And many times we see the news, the top 10 of the happiest countries in the world or Latin America, and they won an award. There's not a biggest lie than that. People want, and this will sound very harsh. You know, the problem is not even fraud and corruption. Is the labor and sexual harassment, degradation, xenophobia, discrimination. Sometimes it's not even about someone stealing the gas of the company. That's why the sentimental analysis is important to consider it. And we were able to teach the machine that if you see a person requesting a 10% to a third party and to send it to an offshore account, and that you can include it in the proposal, then mark it as suspicious activity. But that challenge had to be absorbed today, that when the person was doing that, I could see it. Because it's not useful if somebody tells me that Joaquin hit Pedro a year and a half ago. I cannot do anything with that information. What I need is that if the purchasing officer is requesting the funds today in the afternoon, I should know about this on the same day at night. And I'm very critical with this topic. And I have a lot of friends working with companies. But when there is an ethical line and we trust it, we believe that it's going to save our life. And it's not so. Because we can find situations that occur 8 to 10 months ago and they already passed. The person is no longer working in the organization, live in the United States, no longer in Colombia, is living in an island, and there's no money. So whenever you create a methodology, you can teach the machine to read this information, to collect it, to send it through this artificial intelligence until we're able to see those events and alerts. And this, of course, is sent to a dashboard where we have all these processes in real time where you can see them, an auditor or any other person for decision making. And the results that were semantical, we can see them in a structural manner, and we can receive alerts of how, when they were produced, and to see that data in an organized manner. Information, as I hope that the cameras have not seen us, that I told you to take it out earlier, in situations of any type of anti-ethical action that can be seen on real time. So in order to give the floor to Juan, the conclusions are very basic. You need to embrace technology. Nowadays, there are tools that can facilitate your life. We talk with the lawyers that, and also talk to Jacobo, that technology will help you to obtain that information. So what are you going to do about that information? Always consider the risk-based approach. This is something that we have to include. Data will not only be transactions. If you don't know that the semantical data that are produced in the organizations as communications, the ERP information and what is happening in office will be part of your data. So next time somebody is telling you that you are managing data, ask which ones, structure or non-structure, because the non-structures are the ones that are more important. We have to learn about human behavior analytics and machine learning in order to understand what is happening with human behavior, and it has to be predictive. If you're going to create a model that will tell me that Joaquin hit Pedro in the park 8 months ago, that model is not working for you. You need to create predictive models where you can identify the situation and what's going to happen in a few days or hours. Juan.
No sé si tal vez podemos. Sí, sí me escuchan. Perfecto. Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Marta. I don't know if we can leave this presentation to use some resources. In order to continue with this important topic that we're talking about, AI and fraud prevention, initially I would like to say that I am not an expert on AI. I'm a lawyer, but I'm very interested in how to link AI applied to law. And I also come from the Universidad de La Paz. And within this conversation on the implementation of AI to detect fraud is about trying to understand in a much better way how it works. What is AI? Many times we're talking about AI as if it was magic, something that we cannot understand, something that exists and it's just there, that can offer us a lot of possibilities, but very seldom we can understand it. So I want to proceed with a brief exercise. How to explain to a young person what is AI. And I will use an example using pebbles, or bolinchas as we call them in Costa Rica, and any other synonyms that we have in Latin America. Let's think about a bowl or box where we have 3 different colors of pebbles: red, blue, and green. And we need to estimate how many pebbles exist of each color. What do? We count them, we take them out of a bowl, we count them, and that's kind of the way that AI works. We place a lot of data, structure or non-structure, so AI can create connections and patterns, and based on that, to estimate certain elements. AI cannot think by itself. It's not intelligent, but can create connections from all this data. And can also create results based in a data analysis that is within this database to present a result that could be close to what I requested. It is important to consider that AI is also impacted with the information that is received or included. And the amount of data could be huge or small. And in that way, it can be modified. The operation of those predictive models, as Marta said, and we have mentioned this several times throughout these 2 days. Within this process of compliance, it is important to discuss that we, people, are the ones creating this data and information, and this information can be subject to certain problems. We can see the need on considering if the data is a structure or not. But how can we relate this topic on fraud detection with AI in a way that we can use ethically this information that we're collecting? Because it's a lot of information. Currently, there are several debates in the area of AI because we're considering that there's so much information that probably until now, from now to 2030, we're not going to have enough data to continue training models. It can allow us to work actively and find a solution. Okay, it's important to consider how AI is making decisions on what are the elements that are being taken into consideration, data that have been received or the context or the information that it has access to from the internet and other means. It is important to understand that fraud detection with AI require us to be very careful in the way that we analyze the information and provide that information. AI can be very positive, as Marta said, and it allows us to identify certain behavior patterns. And at the same time, the information that we are providing can be or generate certain risk. And as usual, we're talking here about risk management. I'm not here to explain broadly the evolution of the processes of fraud detection because I am sure that you know about this, but I do believe that we can establish at least two elements within this process of risk of fraud detection, where the people were performing this fraud detection, and now we have AI. Before AI, we were analyzing certain patterns that are provided to the softwares so they can indicate of risky behaviors. And before, when we were using general data or general rules to establish if a behavior was part of a fraud or not, is when we refer to IT. But it's important to mention which are those rules that were previously used and at an IT level. Very briefly, were used rules. The last day of the transfer is less than 10 and the amount is more or less or above $10,000, then we used to receive an alert. And in that way was established those rules that can identify the behaviors or fraud. But with AI, was not even necessary to establish this rule. Whenever we provided this information, this data was not structured to these AI models. And AI was able to identify those fraudulent behaviors. And that is what we're currently doing. I just want to give you a very brief example on how we have been able to use AI, not only in context of compliance, but we can probably talk about how AI, by using these rules, if we comply with certain characteristics, we can use certain models. But the example that I wanted to share with you is with video games. It applies by applying or not applying these rules to behaviors that can be not adequate within the games. But there are certain problems because with those behaviors and rules, sometimes are created false positive. And we, as builders of this process of compliance, of risk detection, link with AI to establish which are the possible consequences of this technology and AI for fraud situation.
Tocamos una gran cantidad de datos no estructurados, que datos pueden ser.
All this data can be financial data, personal data, conversation data. And we're using very sensitive data that can be used in a positive or not positive manner. So we need to define a set of rules and ethical considerations, as Marta mentioned, to guarantee at least on how to comply with certain standards. That is part of all this process of improvement and of the compliance processes. So once more, whenever we consider this information can create some bias, or depending on the information that we have been able to train our AI, if we train AI with social media as X and other spaces, we're going to receive models that can provide certain responses. Therefore, it's important to guarantee transparency on how these AI models are created in order to guarantee that all of us can understand how it works and how that information is produced. It's important to mention that the efforts of and it seems to be that probably 4 or 10 years ago, we're not even hearing from these tools of AI. And there are people that haven't been able to hear from this terminology or seen its effects or any other type of AI, because there are so many different types of AI and models. But it's amazing the progress of AI to determine certain behaviors. When there are a lot of people creating a lot of information, it becomes very complex. So, using AI to determine or identify those behavior, but usually is fundamental to identify some principles or values that can help us for AI. And the context and the application of AI. And that's a reason that UNESCO created certain recommendations and elements, values, and principles that can allow to guide these principles in AI. Basically, it includes four principles: human rights, to live in peaceful societies, to guarantee diversity, inclusiveness, and also environment and ecosystems. I know that they can be fundamental, and not only in the application of these values, but the principles, that they are much more important. And I will read them. And basically, we can define if the use of this data or AI with its effects. Another one is data protection, because we are given our personal data that will be in the database of other people, and we have to guarantee transparency within this process of the creation of the models of AI, that they can comply with the requirements or the objective that they were created on. We have the right to data protection that is fundamental within our rule of law. And it's an element that we need to cover. We need to protect data from each person.
So, this principle from UNESCO was just the beginning of a series of processes that have been carried out both internally within the UN and with international organizations. They've been really interiorized by other countries. Several countries from Latin America are creating a series of regulations related to this, to the ethical application of these principles, and linking it to their national legislation. So it's very important to not limit the progress of artificial intelligence tools. We know that they're necessary, they're fundamental for these fraud detection processes. And rather, we need to ensure that there is a strong link between our national and international regulations, and that there is respect for the human rights of the people that are sharing their data, and that will then be affected by these predictive artificial intelligence models. I don't want this to be too complicated. I don't want this to be negative or something that's against AI. It is a key, a fundamental part of our societies. But what I would like to leave you with is just a short question. This is a question that we were discussing with our colleagues at the Universidad para la Paz. And the question is, how can we use artificial intelligence to ensure that human rights are complied with, and link AI to peace building? I would like to echo the words of the vice rector of the university, who mentioned previously that a lack of compliance is directly linked to new conflicts. So, with that, I want to leave you with a question or a concern. What can we do to link those ethical principles together so that we can properly determine risk processes and determine what factors are there for possible risks in our behavior and determine which of those behaviors can be dealt with in order to follow through with the right processes. I think that would be it. Wrapping up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to Marta and Juan Jose. We are going to make a change to our stage for the next presentation.
Damas y caballeros, ya estamos listos para nuestro conversatorio.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our closing presentation at this edition of the World Compliance Forum. NFRIs, how to meet local and international regulations and establish a stable relationship with banking. Mariano Lopez, Chief of Compliance and Integrated Management. Leonilda Portovales, Panama, Partner and Founder at Integra Advisory Management. Catherine Gonzalez, Panama, Partner and Founder of Integra Advisory Management. Amy Rodriguez, Costa Rica, Compliance Officer for Global Escrow Services. Wagner Ortega, Costa Rica, Corporate Compliance Officer from the Costa Rica National Bank.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes. Bueno, lo primero y es el agradecimiento.
Well, first things first, I have to say thank you to Dr. Jose Quesada for the invitation, and also to the foundation that made it possible for me to be here from my beloved country, Argentina. And I would also like to thank Panama. This is my second time to be here, and we've received such positive treatment. It's really been an honor to share with my colleagues here in this panel. We have a lot of challenges here. First of all, keeping you from leaving. But there's something important here too. If you leave, you don't get your cocktail. So I would say stay. That's just a personal recommendation. The other difficult thing is that it's Friday and it's the last presentation. We decided to have a conversation, which means that it can go on a little bit longer. And other than that, like our colleague, the ambassador, said, it's Friday and you can feel it in your body. So we need to try and do this with a lot of eagerness and a lot of love. So to get started, just for some context, to be a little bit more serious, a little bit more context about the panel, the idea here is to share with you the fact that we're managing regulation in different countries. We have 3 different countries, Panama, of course, locally, Costa Rica, and myself from Argentina. The idea is to give you a general idea of what's going on in the regulatory area with NFRIs. We will focus on Panama for obvious reasons. And I don't want to forget, because I want to congratulate Panama, because I was here in 2022 and we were able, with a lot of effort and sweat and love, to be excluded from the FATF gray list. So it was an honor for me to be able to have participated in the previous process and to be back here for Transparent Panama. It's marvelous. So based on that, we are going to talk about a few different professional activities here. Most of us here are lawyers or accountants, some notaries. We're in the same general spectrum as professionals. So I wanted to share something with you about how regulation has worked in our countries. We've been talking about this, but the diagnosis is similar. We're going to share with you some of the experiences or struggles that we've had in different countries, and at the end we'll share some tips and ideas and proposals that you can take with you. My colleague, Dr. Marta, who just spoke, had some interesting ideas, and we want you to be able to take these things home. So in Argentina, just briefly, over the last 3 weeks, a law was approved related to regulating AML, CTF, and proliferation financing. Argentinians speak very quickly, so I'm going to try not to talk too fast. But what I was saying is that this law was approved related to money laundering, CTF, and proliferation financing. This law basically hadn't been touched for a very, very long time, and now you're familiar with a lot of laws happening here, but we were able to bring in a beneficial owner registry as well as a virtual assets law. We incorporated providers and sales of virtual assets, which is very important. Within the non-financial sector, which is also a little bit interesting, some organizations were no longer regulated entities and others were brought back in. Notaries were incorporated, lawyers and accountants. But there was more specific details given about what those regulated entities have to do in terms of or the amount of transactions that makes them a regulated entity, and details like that. I think this is very interesting because I've heard in previous presentation this comment that the same legislation, the same requirements are being placed on small companies and large companies. And in Argentina, I think we have taken a positive step to defining what a regulated entity or a reporting institution is, given certain conditions and requirements. So I think that's about all the time that I'm allowed to speak. I just wanted to share that with you. And so what I want to ask the panel here of colleagues is, could you tell us, and I think Panama we'll start locally, if you could tell us how the development of your legislation has gone so that we can understand what's going on with that. Daira spoke about this, and it seems interesting to me that we have this vision in terms of what's going on with the reporting institution. So I'm going to go ahead and pass the floor to the ladies from Panama.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Para nosotras es un placer compartir, y digo nosotras porque tenemos que agradecer a FELADE la invitación. Nosotros tenemos una empresa de cumplimiento que es una figura nueva en Panamá desde el 2015 que apoya al sector de sujetos obligados no financieros, y fuimos invitadas en dupleta. Así que vamos doble por Panamá.
The interpreter apologizes for the interruption. We are very honored to be here in Panama and to see everything that Panama has been doing to get off of the FATF list. And from the perspective of non-financial reporting institutions, there has been quite a challenge to meet these requirements established by the superintendency in Panama. I think that there are several different ways to tell this story. The superintendency did an excellent presentation here, and the first thing that I have to say is, as part of the companies that, as part of the system that supports the NFRIs, and myself as a lawyer being an NFRI, the superintendency here has gone through a process that is not a sanctioning process. It hasn't been a coercive mechanism for the reporting institutions to participate and comply. Rather, there has been a process for training and instruction that has, of course, a point that you can reach that is a sanction, but it actually has the motive of encouraging compliance. And I think that this is very logical because we have a significant challenge in our country, which is the time challenge. We were in such a rush to get the country off the list. And those of you who know the compliance world, you know that part of the challenge is getting the people who need to comply quickly. Regulations are easy. We have a lot of those in all of our countries. But being able to meet with the real statistics and get numbers that show compliance, that's different. For us in the NFRI sector, there was one big challenge, which was knowing, how do I comply? And what does it mean to comply? Because we're talking about non-financial activities. The financial sector is highly regulated in Panama, and they've been highly compliant for many years. But coming into the non-financial sector, where we have lawyers, accountants, construction, all of the companies that are involved in the free zone in our country, car salesmen. You come into this market and it's the real world, so to speak. So sitting down with that person and saying, we need you to comply with all of these rules, you have to kind of sit down and share concepts, synchronize concepts. What does compliance mean? How do I do that? There's a point where we sat down and we said, at this point, it's risk and me. What is my risk? So telling these people, what is risk? How do I implement a matrix? That's maybe a bit complicated. But then we have to actually train the staff. It should directly impact the way I do my business, because I have to take in all of these processes and I have to include them in my business. As the superintendent said, there are 10 different ways of doing business here: lawyers, accountants, etc., those that are included in the NFRIs. So this is a real challenge for them to be able to maintain their business and for them to be able to do business and to be able to comply with this law, which started in 2015, which is really going to touch on companies that have been there for 20 years, 30 years, lawyers, legal firms that have been around for a long time, and they need to redocument their clients so that they can bring them into this new compliance. So we have a list of maybe 7 things. We have manuals, self-evaluation matrices, forms, due diligence, annual training, and if you're a lawyer, training for the nominal directors and the registry of beneficial owners. There's a new thing that just came out for the lawyer sector. So what's next too? Staff, people. As Marta said very well, the real risk we face in our organizations is people. When you have everyone almost fully convinced and you say, oh, this is what we're going to do, you sit down and you say, how long is this going to take? How much money is this going to take? And for the non-financial sector, they talk about not compliance officers, but liaisons. And so they start doing something called portfolio operations. But the joke is it's about grabbing your portfolio and heading out the door. So you want to help people understand about how they can continue moving forward. And that's really important for the global part. Everything that Anilda mentioned is really important. I'm not going to mention the name of the platform, but we all saw a series. We saw a film on a platform, but there was a lot of hard work that helped us change what was happening in our country. A lot of people felt threatened that their profession was going to be regulated. And with the superintendency, we have to mention that over those 2 years, there was a lot of training done so that we would understand that the profession itself is not being regulated, but rather there are 11 activities that if you do these activities on behalf of a client, then you become a reporting institution. So this really helped us to kind of wake people up and say, okay, I'm going to do an evaluation of my business model. A firm that's already running needs to reevaluate what they're doing so that they can have this model that is focused on preventing money laundering. This was a very important moment where we were waking up, opening our eyes and saying, what is it that I really want to do? A lot of people stopped working with these corporations and they sent their portfolio to other lawyers that did want to do that work. There was a feeling here that in a lot of lawyers that it was a big opportunity and they wanted to focus on, and I want to focus on that feeling because a lot of lawyers came up and said, you don't have to do that. I can start doing that. Everyone has different perspectives. And so we called it kind of an awakening. It was an opportunity to do things differently, to do things well. And since we are the hub of corporations in the area, we are seeking to regrow as that hub, but with good AML and CTF operations. Fantastic. I think that was very clear. So now I'm going to pass the floor to our colleagues from Costa Rica so that you can give us your perspective on legislation and what's been done over the last few years. Hello, good afternoon. I know it's Friday. I know you're tired. I understand. But I want to ask you, if you're falling asleep, please wake up If you're staring at your phone, I'm just going to ask you less than 20 minutes. It's not just me. For respect of the panelists, I'm going to speak just a little time, and we're almost done here. I'm going to be as dynamic as I can. I'm going to move around. It's the only way I can talk, honestly. So the issue with Costa Rica, before anything else, I do want to apologize. Before I start talking about Costa Rica, I want to just say thank you so much to Mr. Jose and the whole group from FELADE, everyone who's been working with Jose to do this incredible work. Also the Academy, University de La Paz. And I also want to just recognize that in Costa Rica, we didn't really have a way to study, or a master's degree to study compliance. And thanks to University de La Paz, a lot of compliance officers are able to do a master's degree. It is through UPAS that this is possible. So I want to recognize that. As we said in the presentations yesterday, we cannot leave the public sector on its own. We cannot leave the private sector on its own. We have to work together. So thank you for this space. Not everyone has the kind of opportunity to share ideas and knowledge and experience like what we're doing today. So we should feel really privileged for this kind of environment and opportunity. Now in Costa Rica, we don't have the institutional advances that we've seen from colleagues in our neighbor and host country. We don't have a superintendency for non-financial reporting institutions. But for quite some time, we do have a regulation that has allowed us as lawyers to understand what applies to me and what doesn't. What's the first thing that I have to do as a tip? If you're a country that's kind of on the fence, am I a regulating entity? Am I not? For us in Costa Rica, the first step is to ask yourself, according to the Costa Rican law, do I have the qualitative and quantitative characteristics that are required in our law to say if I should or should not register? In Costa Rica, it's not just being a lawyer. The non-financial activities and professions, it doesn't mean that a woman who is a lawyer and just does weddings, and she's done weddings for 20 years, needs to be registered. There have to be clear regulations, and the regulations are published on the website in the section on NFRIs. And you can ask yourself, do I meet these requirements? Does this actually apply to me? Just because I am a lawyer, does this apply to me? Once you've done that analysis, and if you're sure that there have been transactions, real estate transactions, administrating third-party funds, and those kinds of activities that are very specific in the law, then at that point, analyzing that, personally analyzing my activities, understanding what I do in my day-to-day as a lawyer, then I identify that, and I see that those activities are included in the regulation, then at that point, yes. I can decide to register, or I can ask an escrow company to take on that commitment. These companies do exist in Costa Rica, and they are in charge of compliance, review, profile analysis, risk profiles, nationalities, international lists, understanding the business that this person is going to carry out in Costa Rica. And as lawyers, as our hosts from Panama said, and in other presentations I've said, you must know exactly who it is that you're working with. And the lawyers know best what the businesses are that are being carried out in that country. They know the reality of what the country sells, what the country does. We are colleagues, we work closely with real estate brokers. So once you've identified that, you go to the regulation. If you don't want to do your compliance yourself, you can send it to a third party. But the most important thing here is to avoid at all cost that every country in our region, Panama, Costa Rica, Argentina, that we are not being used for money laundering. This is an old hat phrase. You've seen bad examples of what money laundering really means, of what there is behind proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Talking about money laundering right now, I think we've already seen a lot of spectacular presentations on this issue. So those are the three elements that we have to study in Costa Rica to understand if we are regulated or not. But I just remembered one other thing that I really wanted to say. The regulation in Costa Rica included a little bit of technical imprecision. They wanted to include notaries so that notaries would be regulated by the superintendency. And it turns out that the law which creates the notary code and the national offices of notaries is the one that is actually in charge of notaries in Costa Rica. So because of some bad luck, I would say, and some technical imprecision, there are notaries in Costa Rica that says the superintendency can't tell me what to do. And so they lean on that imprecision, that language issue of not knowing who's supposed to regulate them. And unfortunately, the national offices for notaries has not said what they're going to do. So there are notaries who depend on that, and there are others who are just going to keep waiting for the government to tell them what to do. So we can do our due diligence, or we can ask an escrow agent to do it, or a compliance company to do it. You give them their documents and they handle those reference protocols. For me, it is not okay to just say, oh, the government, when they can, will generate some policies, and when that happens, we will comply. We need to remember what our final goal is. We go out there, we have the paperwork that we have, and I want to encourage you to do everything that you can in the environment that you're in, and your grain of sand will multiply, and we will see that together we are protecting our countries, the country we were born to. So that's the reality in Costa Rica. Thank you, Mariano. Thank you. Very clearly and well said. So this panel is, when it was presented, it said we would talk about national and international regulation, and there are 3 countries represented. But we also need the opinion on the link that all of these different professions have, the link that the non-financial sector has, as the ladies here explained. Organizations, nonprofit organizations, are also reporting institutions up until there was a change just recently in Argentina. You know that it takes time after the implementation, after the approval of the law to implement, but that change has happened. I think it'll be very interesting now to hear about this issue, because any sort of organization needs a bank account, or many, and even more so when working at a local or international level. There are a lot of complications here that have to do with the regulation, that is to say banking regulation. Banks are regulated institutions, and we have a representative here from public banking in Costa Rica, and we would love to hear your perspective. What's going on with this regulation with the vision of the non-financial sector from the banking perspective? Go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Mariano. It has been a very important challenge. to conduct a joint strategic work with the NFRI in Costa Rica from an effective identification of the activity that can be defined as NFRI due to a very particular situation that in our country, the superintendency has absorbed a position that can confer to the banks or create to the bank the responsibility of secondary supervision. In other words, the superintendency in Costa Rica indicates that the NFRI is its customer and they have to everything that is with the reinforced due diligence, and you're going to be the person responsible of that relationship, even though there is a framework that can offer to the superintendency the spectrum of the regulation to the NFRI.
Se prosigue después con este tema.
So with the system that we mentioned, that is the reinforced due diligence, and that represents great challenges to the banking sector, and it's going to occur to and be applicable to all countries because the banks, we need to know the customer of the NFRI, and it's absolutely valid in order to obtain a successful interrelationship between our NFRI customer, his customers, and us as the bank. So what we can say is that this is a very difficult topic to manage in all countries. Here it was said that the regulations are recent, so we do have to continue working as a team in NFRI and banks to work on this model. We know that some of them have progressed a lot and they are doing an excellent work. Other sectors, they need that maturity process. But it's a process that is natural. We do consider in the banking sector that there is a good perspective and we are going to be able to achieve that harmonization on how to articulate those efforts and create that transparency, to create that coordination in order to say here in forums as this one, after a while, we can say we were able to achieve a successful model. And I think that that will be the fundamental message on behalf of the banking industry to our NFRI customers for a clear and firm position that we need to have in front of the regulator. I would like to share with all participants that Juanita talked about the different types of due diligence that exist. The intensified, reinforced, normal, and the one that is not so normal. And I think that's interesting. Well, the concept was invented by the five of us. What is more common to see is whenever we talk about reinforced due diligence. Because in the case of the NFRI and in that challenge of knowing your customer and knowing our customer, the team agreed that there should be an hyper reinforced due diligence. That's a good term. And I think that the concept is something that we have to internalize, understand, and apply it correctly. Let's get to know the customer of our customer and become successful in this process. Thank you very much. And now, the second part of this panel was promised, and I want to comply with my promise. So in the second part of the panel, we should express which are the difficulties that all professions had. But once more, with those reporting institutions from those countries that indicated that they only had one legislation, different resolutions, but those resolutions are very generic and can only apply to some organizations. And that's a problem. I wanted to start once more with Panama. So you can share with us what are those difficulties. From the banking sector, from being a non-financial reporting institution, we faced major challenges. First, with the regulation, were several situations that some of you experienced. That's why I would like to ask who have experienced challenges as accountants, lawyers, that you don't want to, the banks don't want to open an account or are asking for information. Panama is currently going through a situation that started in 2015 where many companies had their account closed because of the new requirements. A lot of companies were working in cash, and it was very difficult for customers that were managing a lot of cash. There is also another issue on prevention, also the support on a specific transactions. The lawyers, we were facing situations where, because we were lawyers, we couldn't open our accounts. Lawyers, the construction sector, and the free zone sector. To these three sectors, it's more difficult to establish a relationship with the banking sector due to their activities. And there was a point where the superintendency of banks in Panama, here we don't have what exists in Argentina and in Costa Rica, that after this designating who has a certain level of compliance according to the volume, the amount, or so on, they could at least find a solution. But in Panama, it doesn't work so. If you have one corporation, you have to comply in the same way as if you had thousands of corporations.
Todos estos niveles.
Our priority was not to have all these levels. We wanted to obtain a regulation so Panama can comply with those regulations, and then after the statistics, supervision, and so on, we expect to have those levels that can create a difference in compliance. However, the Superintendency of Banks issued Memo 73 that was important for non-financial reporting professionals, where it indicated to the banks in Panama, and this memo was signed by the superintendent of Panama, and it was referring to the risk classification for the non-financial reporting professions. Each bank
Recomendación 22
has to adopt recommendation 22 and its characteristic on how it's going to be the classification of the risk. Meaning that not because I'm a lawyer, I have to classify that customer as a high-risk customer, because it can provide a discriminatory aspect. So from the perspective of this memo, it's important for the banks to adapt their systems on regards to the real risk of each non-financial reporting professional. And our relationship with the banking industry will be impacted. If the banks, they already have customers, it will be important in the process of due diligence to establish additional questions if they belong or not, or if they are non-financial reporting institutions, in order to request the documents depending on the type of business or non-financial reporting institution that that customer belongs to, in order to find that harmony from what the regulation is requesting from the bank and the non-financial reporting institution. So all that business model or sector can preserve stable relationship with the banks. So we, as NFRI, we have to work from prevention and provision to strengthen our compliance programs, adjust them to our businesses, and then be prepared for the request of the banking industry. We need to adapt our manuals with that risk approach and with development of that system of how am I as a business, and to adjust my risk to that quantitative and qualitative aspects. This have allow us to solve very briefly what is requested from the banking industry, because we have to back up this transaction and because we already have an adequate system, and in this stage the regulation will mature, but also the behavior of the NFRI. Okay, now what about Costa Rica? It's extremely enriching to be able to have this very brief analysis of our neighboring country and Argentina. And as I said from the start, from the progress that you had in Panama, I take this information to Costa Rica, to everything that you have done. And I will take all this information to Costa Rica. In addition to that, this type of conversations and dialogue allow us to do that analysis. I will take with me what Panama is doing to Costa Rica. And why not? Why don't you take the best on what we have done? The superintendency not only have the regulations updated in their database, they also have manuals. The superintendency in Costa Rica, they have manuals, and if there's a continuous activity, they need to go and register. I can provide a guideline so the person can have the manual, so a person cannot say in Costa Rica, I don't know what to do. No colleague should say that. But there are different kind of people. But we do have a superintendency in Costa Rica of open doors. As it was said here, all entities of the government, the superintendency of NFRIs are conducting trainings and so on. No, the question, Mariano, was the problem for the compliance. In the case of my country, is people that are just doing nothing, the status quo. Those that are not looking for information, they are not asking questions, they are not brave enough to know if they are or not. Because in our case, we have everything to do things right. The status quo, the lack of motivation, or are these compliance officers that are just standing or sitting there doing nothing, and they cannot tell that we have a major responsibility. And from that lack of commitment is that people are not looking for information as compared to other colleagues that definitely take seriously their work. And in your case, you told me that you didn't have some of the participation that Costa Rica has. But one of the problems that we have is the lack of awareness. The compliance officer that it's not understanding what is happening should not continue doing that and should not affect those who are doing things right. They should do something else. It's about awareness. And I think that this is something that I repeated last year in the forum in Costa Rica. It's a topic about commitment, and our problem is status quo. Okay, this already changed. Now we have 5 minutes left. Okay, now let's give some tips and a very brief conclusion. Can you start? I believe that the key is to work with awareness. We have to work with that vision. It's important to know that it's not only about NFRI, but it has impacted a lot of companies that are not willing to be part of this world that they have to comply with. My brief tip is important to develop processes where we have defined roles in order to create awareness of that responsibility and training. That's a key. And the programs can be efficient within each company. I will say no measure can be implemented if they don't have the budget. It's something that we face in the public and private sector. And I would like to thank the manager of the company that I work for that is here. I've been working for 10 years in that company, and it's so nice to be here in a company that they are willing to train their personnel and to have a great working team. It's great to work in a secure manner. It's not working just to work for working. It's great to have leaders that can. He's here with us in our audience. I will not say his name, and thank you for that. And I would like to very briefly is to tell you study, analyze the level of awareness, ask yourself if you really want to do the work that you're doing, and if you don't like it, that's fine. But if you are doing that job, do it well. Compliance officers, you are covering a lot of social issues where people will not say anything. And I will conclude very briefly with a very brief phrase from Mrs. Selena. At the end of the day, it's about learning, studying, and everything will work out. And I will take this opportunity, and with this, I will conclude of a phrase that yesterday, the lady that came here with her son, always be brave.
Details. Así que por favor pregunten todo lo que quieran.
Ask everything that you want. It's your right to receive that information from the company. Okay, I was as fast as possible. Okay, thank you very much. The final message will be communication. Get close to your bank executive, explain properly what are those activities for, and those activities should flow. That's the success. We are trying to find the preventive model of suspicious operations. And once more, the forecast is very exciting. I believe that we're going to have a lot of success from the banks and the NFRI. Thank you very much. Thank you and thank you all for this dialogue. And well, now we have time for a casual moment in this forum. We are going to prepare our cell phones from what we are going to see on the screen. Thank you very much.
Y esto está fuera del guión, pero hay que reconocer el gran trabajo del excelente equipo de producción y organización.
We have to acknowledge the work of production and the organizers. Okay, are we ready to repeat this video? Okay. Let's repeat the video where you are the main characters.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por
Thank you so much to everyone for these 3 days for participating with us at this World Compliance Forum, which seeks to highlight a transparent Panama that we carry with us. The only thing left is just to thank you once again for your participation, to thank Jose for the organization and the hard work, to thank Felade, the production team, everyone behind the cameras, the team from the Ministry of Economy Finance, all of the authorities that supported us, the OAS, the university for the past. And I'm sure that I'm going to forget about a lot of people. We have had people from the Egmont Group, everyone here who has supported us and made this event possible here in the Republic of Panama. We hope that you have enjoyed it, that all of these different topics were selected considering your suggestions. Very modern topics, and they're not things that are coming, but things that are happening right now. So that is the commitment that we have, is to work on compliance, and that commitment will continue into the future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you to everyone, every single one of you, for these 2.5 days of hard work. Hard work to generate more knowledge for compliance and transparency. I'd like to ask for a round of applause for Mariana and her team. They're back here. As you see very briefly in the video, this is a completely different room than it was before. You can see how they transformed everything. And that has been extraordinary work being done by Ronnie Tarasco and his production team. I also want to thank Karina Acosta, who was at the stand for University de La Paz. They also gave away a book, and the whole team of UPAS, which has been here with us. All of this has been possible because there's one clear idea, one vision, one mind behind it, which is Jose's. Jose has been planning this for the last 5 years. He has been planning these events with a lot of success. So we really owe the success to him. And every one of us, we are supporting because of the great vision that he has for this work. Thank you, Jose. Congratulations. We would like to especially thank Panama for receiving us with such warmth. At this hotel, we've all been able to go out a bit and see Panama, and everywhere we go in Panama, we feel very warmly welcomed. Thank you, Madam President. Well, 2-3 days full of emotions, full of experiences. Thank you to the team from Felade, from the DR, from El Salvador, from Mexico, Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, Mexico, all of you who are present, who traveled, who took time out to be present and make this dream possible. Thank you to the doctor from the University de La Paz for believing in this idea. A dream is a dream until it becomes possible. And thanks to you, this dream was made reality. The National Commission Against Money Laundering also took this on, making Panama more transparent. And thank you to everyone who's been mentioned before. But I also want to mention some key actors, which is each one of you. A round of applause for you, for staying here over these last 3 days, for participating, and for honoring us with your presence. And we want to wish you a very enjoyable journey back home. With that, we will conclude the World Compliance Forum for a Transparent Panama 2024. Thank you and God bless.